Good evening. This is the Phoenix Union High School Governing Board meeting for September 4th, 2025. Good evening. This is the governing board meeting for the Phoenix Union High School District for September 4th, 2025. Good evening. This is the Phoenix Union High School District governing board meeting for September 4th, 2025.
It would be hard to be there right now.
Nope, their last regular meeting was.
Please. Oh, here we go. The special meeting study session is called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of board member Pastor Rivera. Please note that today's study session is being live streamed. Also, please note that we have Spanish interpreting services available at the back of the room.
Si necesita intérprete en español, favor de mirar a nuestro intérprete que se encuentra a un lado del cuarto. Gracias.
First item on the agenda is 2A, board goals and guardrails with potential action. Ms. Andrade.
Good evening, President Napa, members of the board and community that came out for this. Thank you. Tonight, we're going to be reviewing our proposed goals and guardrails. The team will be sharing. I do want to mention some minor edits that we'd like to make with your permission that came from working with our consultant, Dr. Ramos, to make it a little bit more community-friendly language. From there, we're going to share our annual student behavior data. As technically right now, this is a proposed guardrail, which is student behaviors and discipline. And we hope that it continues as a guardrail as we will continue to monitor it. Once your community feedback sessions are completed and have transpired, we're going to revisit all that feedback and to make sure that we are on the right track with our goals and guardrails. And as a team, we're really anxious to develop a progress monitoring calendar with interim goals where we can bring you results along the way during the school year to kind of sort of check in on our progress towards the big goals as well as the guardrails. Board, you can expect to receive your PowerPoint and script for your community outreach session very soon, probably tomorrow, in email. And once you receive that, you can begin working with George to coordinate your school visit. And remember, that's with a board partner. Don't go alone. Reminder, in July, we did set a deadline of early October. I think it was fall break. We can make it. We can do this. For the board to complete these feedback sessions with our community on our goals and guardrails. So with that said, if there isn't any discussion, we'll be ready to jump in, but I want to pause there.
Yeah, board, I would just like to point out that you have paper copies in your packet of the PowerPoint and the script. Just please note that there are some, just review it. Review it. There are indicators for which slide, for which script area it is. And then, yeah, just have fun with it. This is our time to really get feedback from the community, so that way we can do what we need to do to adopt these goals and guardrails. And if you have any question, please let me know. And yeah.
Okay, with that said, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Achievement Officer, Ms. Laura Tejas. Thank you.
Well, good evening, board. We're really excited to be able to share some updates with you this evening and also some proposals around interim goals and a monitoring calendar, as well as some student behavior data in conjunction with some of our guardrails. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Camp to get us started.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas and Ms. Andrade. Good afternoon, President Napa, governing board members, Superintendent Andrade, and the Phoenix community. Today, as a member of the Achievement Division, we bring forward to the board some slight adjustments to the goals approved last month to create more clarity for us as a system. We also will provide some updates, as Ms. Andrade and Ms. Tejas mentioned, about the development of interim goals and a progress monitoring calendar. We will then conclude today's study session with the annual student behavior data, which, as mentioned, and based on community feedback, could become a future guardrail to be progress monitored. And so let's just get right into it. As we continue our partnership with Dr. Ramos and the Council of Great City Schools, we recently received feedback from him and are encouraged to refine our recently adopted governing board goals to align more closely with the student outcome focused governance model. These minor revisions do not change the intent of the goals, but rather clarifying them using the SMART framework, as you see on the slide, something that we have used as a district for many years with collaborative team goals and integrated action plan goals. You can see the familiar acronym here on the screen, and our minor revisions tonight are to ensure that our board goals possess all of these characteristics. Specifically, the refinements we bring tonight help solidify the group of students that the goals are focused on. That's the S for specific, and clearly defines the time frame for measuring the progress, which again relates to the S for specific and T for time-bound. By doing so, we strengthen our commitment to transparency, accountability, and student-focused governance. And so for the minor goal revisions, we will start with our CCRI, or college and career readiness goal, excuse me. And just like with new policy recommendation, you see on this current slide the approved goal on top from August 7th, and the identified changes in either red or highlighted yellow. And so for each goal revision, we will review these changes and then confirm the final revision recommended. I would also like to bring attention to the order of these goals. For the last few months, we've brought ACT reading and math as a first and second goal. Last month, they were in a different order, so we want to confirm the order and number of those goals tonight as well. And so let me start with goal number 1, which ultimately encompasses all of our students. We will monitor annually collected data from freshman year all the way up to senior year when our students are summatively measured after graduation on their college and career readiness. And we often call this the blue points and the red points when we talk about CCRI. And so as you see on this slide, the graduating cohort language was removed and the business rules for the class of 2025 versus the cohort of 2025 are different. Ultimately, it was determined that we already receive formal reports and school letter grades from the state annually. And sometimes students in the graduating class, but not the same corresponding cohort. In addition, the state only counts the students that are enrolled with us for the full academic year. We will receive that data from the state each year along with the annual awarding of school letter grades. This difference will allow us as a district to progress monitor all of our students, not just the students that the state counts. And so removing that cohort language and confirming the focus for this one-year goal on our students in the graduating class of 2026 provides clarity and focus for the goal, as well as a comparison of the data to the previous year's graduating class. And so you can see, if I give you the final version of this college and career readiness goal, it is here for goal number 1. For the 2025-26 school year, PXU aims to increase the percentage of students scoring 10 or more points based on those college and career readiness indicators, from 91% for the class of 2025 to 92% for the class of 2026. This will go a little faster now that we understand the SMART format. And so for our second goal, goal number 2, that is be our ACT reading goal. As mentioned earlier, the state counts full academic year students. And in some cases, they even remove them from the data if they transfer to another school, even within our district. And so, board, we want to count all of our students that are with us long enough during the year to be assessed. We believe that this will continue to capture our commitment and our brand promise for all students in Phoenix Union. So we clarified again on this goal, the class of 2027, which are our current juniors, as well as the months of data comparison for the specific and time-bound characteristic. And then here you see the final version for our goal number 2 for ACT reading. I'll move to goal number 3, which is our math goal, ACT math goal. Again, the same refinements as we did for the reading goal. Clarify that graduating class of 2027, which are our current juniors, as well as the specific timeliness of the data that we receive for each year. And so then you will see our ACT math goal here in its final format, final recommended format. And finally, board, for goal number 4, the focus on one of our vulnerable student groups, which actually makes up over 20% of our enrollment, is our English language learners. And with this goal, you'll see only one minor adjustment, again, the focus on all of our ELL students. And again, the Azella reassessment data that comes back to us, the state counts full academic year students and students that have not transferred to a class. So we would like our board goals to capture all of our students that are here long enough to be assessed. And here you'll see for goal number 4, its final version. And so finally, before I turn the mic over to Ms. Tejas, as we worked on the development of a goal specific to our English language learners, we also did significant work on the focus for growth within each level of proficiency. in addition to the overall classification goal, reclassification goal. And as we continue learning and doing this work, as well as the board's community listening sessions coming up towards the development of 3 to 5 year goals, we have suggested these to increase outcomes within this group of students. And we are looking forward to that community's feedback on 3 to 5 year goals, as well as guardrails, once those listening sessions are completed. And so at this time, board, I'm happy to turn it over to our Chief Officer for Achievement, Ms. Laura Tejas. Ms. Tejas.
Well, good evening again, board, and thank you, Mr. Camp. Well, board, as you've learned, we've been continuing our work around the how for meeting our goals and monitoring progress. After meeting with Dr. Ramos, we began working on interim goals. As a reminder, the interim goals serve as data-informed steps that we can take throughout the school year to monitor our progress and also make adjustments. Specifically, we are working to capture outputs that would give us actionable data at key points in time throughout the school year. As a quick reminder for the public about student-focused outcome governance, we talk about inputs, outputs, and outcomes. As you all engage with the community around the draft goals and guardrails, you will receive additional inputs. These perspectives will help shape outputs and outcomes. We recognize that as we shift our focus as a system to the interim goals and make adjustments in real time based on the data that we're sharing during progress monitoring, this will position us to be able to see the desired outcomes related to student achievement on all of the adopted goals. So over the next month, we will work with multiple stakeholder groups, including our site leaders, our teachers who serve as instructional leaders, and district leaders who specifically support student achievement to refine our interim goals. You will note from the examples on the slide that the interim goals also need to be in SMART goal format. And as mentioned, based on the data sharing during progress monitoring, we're going to make adjustments, just like a coach makes during a timeout or at halftime. More specifically, we can change strategies, introduce new or refine existing activities, all with the goal of creating the conditions to support student achievement. We anticipate that we'll be able to bring these interim goals to you in October for your review. As we met with Dr. Ramos and got feedback from him about the next steps, we were also encouraged to revisit the board monitoring calendar. Now, as a reminder, the calendar is another tool that creates a level of transparency for the community by identifying key times throughout the school year where we will have an opportunity to provide progress monitoring, updates on the interim goals and guardrails, as well as time for you as a board to engage in professional development and even progress monitor yourselves on the student-focused outcome governance rubric that you used with Dr. Ramos in July. We're looking forward to bringing you a draft calendar also in October. Now, board, as we continue to work on the monitoring calendar, we're looking forward to the feedback that you're going to be receiving during your community listening sessions on the proposed goals and guardrails. As a reminder for the public, these are the proposed guardrails that were discussed in the board retreat in April. And in just a few minutes, as mentioned earlier, Ms. Tarkington is going to be sharing some data related to one of the guardrails that's listed, student engagement and discipline, with our annual report on student behavior. Now, before we transition to Ms. Tarkington's portion of the study session, we wanted to open up the opportunity to have some time for discussion. We also recommend the adoption of the board goals as amended, as they provide additional clarity for the community about our desired outcomes for student achievement. We are also happy to talk about any of those revisions, the interim goals, the progress monitoring calendar, and preparation for our feedback sessions with our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Board Member Cross?
Just a question on the ELL goals. Are these obtainable realistically?
Yeah, Board Member Cross, thank you for your question. They're ambitious, especially
Yes,
since
they
you have
are.
some experience working with our language learning students. Yes, we think that we can get there. What we've showed you is a snapshot of where we hope to get over that 3 to 5 year period. We're hopeful that you'll incorporate that chart as you're going out for the community listening sessions, and yes, we think we can get there.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. at the top of the presentation talked about the data from the state is only for the full academic year. Is there any grace, or is it from day one to dismissal or completion of the academic year?
Yeah, so depending upon the measurements that the business rules outline, Azella, the ELL goal is a little bit different in terms of how they measure that FAY. But overall, the full academic year is clearly defined. They have to be in school within the first 10 days of instruction, and then they have to stay continued enrolled up to the time of the testing window. And so, for example, if a student were to enroll with us and start in September or next week, they would not be considered full academic year students.
Silly question, but how does that affect our goals and our data?
Sure, it's a great question, President Napa. And so, bless you. In terms of our goals as a district, it will encompass all of our students. And what we desire for that is because we want to see the impact of our guaranteed and viable curriculum for our students throughout the year. Another example of a student not counting in the state's data is if they left Central High School after fall break in October and went to Alhambra High School. They're still our student. They're still experiencing our curriculum and our experiences in our classrooms. And we want to measure that in order to give an accurate Phoenix Union picture for the board.
I think in terms of state labels and letter grades, what happens is it actually reduces the end number or the total number of students that were being evaluated for or receiving that letter grade for. Again, we felt really strongly as a leadership team that we need to consider all students outside of the business rules of the state.
So what I'm hearing is our district data may be a better measurement of curriculum and achievement versus the official state measurement that goes specifically on this academic year requirement.
Certainly around our curriculum and the teaching strategies that we're using, because we're going to be able to see from beginning to end how the student is progressing over time.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments? All right, moving on. Is there a motion to adopt the amended proposed 2025-2026 board goals as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion's been made to adopt the amended board goals for 2025-26 by Clerk Oliver and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next, we have the student behavior and intervention data. Ms. Tarkington.
Thank you, President Napa, Governing Board members, Superintendent Andrade, and to the public. As already shared, we know that when there are optimal conditions in the learning environment, our students are likely to achieve at higher levels. And so in this portion of the presentation, I'm here to share what we set up in our learning communities for those optimal conditions, as well as how we redirect our students, hold them accountable, and of course support them so that they can be successful. So let's take a look at our agenda. We'll start off with prevention and intervention strategies and data, and then we'll dive deeper into our student code of conduct data from last school year, the 24-25 school year. And then we'll give you just a sneak peek of some of the new protocol data that we have with our wireless communication devices, hashtag cell phones. And then we'll open it up for discussion. So it's really important that we spend a little bit of time setting up this data and talking about our prevention strategies and our intervention systems. We are a high school district specializing in the teenage brain as well as their development. We know that our students mature and grow over the years, the 4 years that they're with us. And so the frontal lobe is the part of the brain that's regulating their decision making and their impulse control and their mood swings. And so we know that they're going to sometimes make poor decisions or have behavior that needs to be redirected, held accountable, but also supported. And so in this first section, we're going to talk about our systems and strategies that are totally outside of the code of conduct, so that as we dive into that, it makes sense as to how we handle our student behaviors. And so I want to start with professional development. I want to thank our teaching and learning colleagues for the work that they've done with the teaching and learning framework. Many of us are in, I believe, year 5. And those expert tracks are being worked on. Many are diving deeper into their content areas. But that foundation is really about our whole student. It's also about our learning environments. And so there was time spent on the teaching and framework. And when our new teachers come into our district and administrators, they also spend time on that, really thinking about those competencies that are lifelong skills in their decision making, communication, self-regulation, and problem solving. Additionally, I want to thank 2 of our directors that are also in the audience, Ms. Aguilar and Mr. Georgia, who have been really diving and continuing to develop our restorative practices. We've spent time with the International Institute of Restorative Practices and taken teams. In fact, Governing Board, you have approved travel for teams, and we'll do that again this year so that we can do that train the trainer model and bring that kind of work back to our campuses. A couple of them that we spent time on last year and will continue to do trainings on are the power of effective statements and questions. That's about those relationship building. That's teacher to student, student to student, as well as those restorative conversations. I believe last year we did 2 after-school trainings at Betty Fairfax and Cesar Chavez, where over 50 staff members came to participate. Additionally, verbal de-escalation continues to be a popular and necessary training. Our safety teams have had those experience that training in their safety summits and throughout the year. Every administrator in our admin academy went through verbal de-escalation, and so those will be offered also at PD days and learning and development days as well. Now to spend a little bit of time on our systems, we talk about multi-tiered systems of supports and tiers, and so just to translate that language, our tier 1 work really starts with it being effective for the most part with all of our students. PBIS, Positive Behavioral Intervention and Supports, is work that we've invested back heavily in and in fact are seeing success. Last year we had some schools piloting the Minga app, and now this year more of our schools felt like they had a readiness. What does that mean? That means that Principal Shields over at Central, who's a former assistant principal of student support, she and her staff are adding those Bobcat bucks to students for making the right decisions. It's not really, it's not bribing, it's really reinforcing those good decisions. It's very research-based. And then I recently heard that there's some Montoya Mula over at the academies at South Mountain. And so that's a tier 1 system that we know works. The SSTs, our student support teams, we refer to them a lot. That's our non-instructional staff on the campus that's wrapping around our students delivering services. And so they meet regularly, very similar to our teacher collaborative teams, looking at trend data. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, campaigns that we can do when we see that a certain behavior is happening on our campus. But it could also mean that if we're seeing students that have some similar either behaviors or they have some similar contexts, that might initiate a support group, like a grief group, who's struggling with loved ones that they've lost in their family. And then lastly, on the tier 3, we've talked to you all about some of our protocols when it comes to threat assessment, and that's going to be highly individual in tier 3. And we've invested a lot of training into that as well, as it's an appropriate intervention when such items come up. So I'm very excited as we get ready to dive into some of our request for intervention, or we call it RFI data. Again, I want to reiterate that this is a system to request interventions for students completely outside of the code of conduct. Our our staff initiated request system, we have links that are individualized for every campus. If we see a student that's having a particular challenge, we fill out that link. It routes directly to the appropriate position on the campus. Those 2 adults have an opportunity to collaborate, and then that expert or specialist reaches out and works with that student to meet that need. The idea is that not only could we mitigate maybe a behavior challenge in the discipline arena later, but also avoid crisis. This is not something that's filled out when we're already in emergency mode, but to really mitigate that. So last year, I shared some information about some schools piloting a student-initiated request. And so I feel very confident that schools are prioritizing this throughout our district, that a student can request that help from themselves or for a friend. It works exactly the way that the staff link works. They can fill out a QR code or a link to ask for that help. They make contact, or it routes to a specific job position on the campus, and then they make contact. And in fact, here is an example of some student-friendly language as they've shared these things in advisory at the start of the school year. If, for example, in that top row, a student needed some clothing, that might be for an event. It might be the change of weather that we have as it starts to get cooler. That's going to make its way to the community liaison, and then they're going to reach out to that student to get them connected to what they need. So we've got several examples of those on here. And so here is some longitudinal data. We've actually been doing requests for interventions for years in Phoenix Union, but we didn't have the ability until about 4 years ago to collect that data district-wide. And it's super exciting to see that those 8,615 requests that somebody made last year was because they identified, or staff members identified, a need for a student to get some support. And so as you go across the different rows, some have trended up. I think it's no surprise with our basic needs that as we face economic challenges throughout our community, that could come up. And some of our areas have come down a little bit, like our mental health in those post-COVID eras, as well as social and emotional. But again, the point is that we are really trying to address a challenge before or completely separate from something that would be a code of conduct behavior. And so now we will dive deeper into that student code of conduct data as well. So these 3 bars and the table below look at 3 years worth of data for all of our students who come through our doors from the first day of school to the last day of school. It is that 3rd row, that is the 24-25 school year from last year. So when I talk about all of our students that come through, that could be a student that's here all year long, but it could also be a student, sometimes we have a student that enrolls for just a couple months, or even it could be for a couple days. So that denominator number last year was just under 30,000 students, surprisingly. Keep in mind that that green means that 89% of those students that walk through our doors never have a behavior referral. And so again, the way that a student engages with the code of conduct is there is some behavior that's a violation, a staff member fills out an office behavior referral, and then that makes its way to the principal, or on our larger campuses, that assistant principal of student support. And so 11% of our students in that large number did engage with an office behavior, and that is roughly 3,200 students. That number has come down from last year, and we hope that it keeps trending down each year, or we're striving for that to come down. So here's just another breakdown. Sometimes we know, Governing Board, that you like to see this broken down by grade. And while we're doing amazing work on the freshman level with our freshman houses and our student success initiatives, about a third of our students are still, 9th graders are still the ones getting those referrals. So again, that maturity, we love to see that as they go into their senior year. But here is the breakdown by grade level for last school year. I believe that in the 2021-22 school year, that number was at about 36%. So we want to keep that going and getting that number down. Here at Governing Board, you're going to see the breakdown of behavior referrals by campus. If you look at the purple line, it is the 24-25 school year. You're going to see that on some campuses that has dropped. On some campuses that is a little bit higher. You're going to see the highest peaks at it says BASE, so that's Bostrom Alternative Center for Education. I think that's still the official name of it through the State Department of Education, and Desiderata. I think it's exciting that they have dropped from the school year previously, but also I want you to keep in mind that those are our campuses where we know they're wrapping around our students who either are struggling with behaviors or decisions that they made. In some cases, they've been long-term suspended from their home campus, and so they still have an opportunity to be learning. I do want to do a shout out to a few of our campuses that reduced by almost 5%. And so those would be Central High School, Cesar Chavez High School, North High School, and Wilson. So all of those decreased by nearly 5%. And so now we want to start to take a look at some of our most frequent behaviors that had office referrals. These will be what we call the minor behavior referrals. And the reason we call them minor behavior referrals is that that result may just be some interventions that they get connected with, or it could also be in-school suspension. You're going to note that that largest number is defiance of authority. And so I think that also goes back to the work that we talked about in the professional development slide, really working on those restorative conversations as well as that verbal de-escalation. And so some of those minor behaviors can end up getting the student the consequence of skill building in school suspension. When we say skill building, that means that the ISS room, as we call it, is not a classroom to sleep in or just to do homework, but in fact, the first thing that they're going to be doing is having that behavior addressed. And so that could be a reflection, an activity. We have online modules that we really try to tie into the behavior that they had, so that again, we're putting some tools in their toolbox and mostly trying to mitigate that behavior from happening again. You're going to see 93.5% of our students never had any type of in-school suspension. That 6.5% equates to just under 2,000 students, but again, across our 20 sites, physical sites throughout the district, and that's come down from the school prior, from the 23-24 school year. Okay, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. This slide is called Skill Building in School Suspension by Student Population, but we also note this as we're really discussing proportionality. So this graph specifically compares the enrollment of a specific subgroup of our student body compared to the percentage of the group that received in-school suspension. So we're going to start with the gold bars. The gold bars, or the gold row of percentages, represents that group's percentage of enrollment in our school district. And so if you look from left to right, you'll see that, and I'm going to look at the rows at the bottom. Hispanic female makes up 38.8% of our population, or that was last school year for the 24-25 school year. The next column, which was Hispanic males, made up 41% of our population. That purple line and the purple row represents the percentage of students in-school suspension. And so anytime that purple line is not flush with the top of the gold bar, or if those two bottom rows don't have the same percentages, they are not perfectly proportionate. And so when they are above, that's a disproportionately high representation of students who got in-school suspension. And in our first column, which again was Hispanic females, that's disproportionately low. And so, you know, we have brought this before. I will share that while this is my 9th year in Phoenix Union, I've been in 3 school districts, and really most school districts aren't as transparent with this data. In fact, 4 or 5 years ago, we were looking at this data, or even before that, but we lumped the groups together. And so when we looked at our Hispanic students, they were actually fairly proportionate or a little bit disproportionately low, Well, once we separated the genders, we saw that our males were pretty high. And so our Hispanic males, our Black males, and our Black females are high. I want to share that we take it seriously. We're going to continue with our, restorative work, but also it's systems work. And so one of the measures, we run a code of conduct committee each year where we look at the violations, we look at the consequences, and we look at the interventions. Last year, so about last January or February, when our code of conduct ran the committee, one of the violations that they took a look at was loud talk. That was in our code of conduct last year. It is no longer in our code of conduct because, quite frankly, it's subjective. Some might even say that it's culturally nuanced and biased. And so it's just one of the steps and efforts that we have worked on, but we'll continue to look at this as we move forward. Oops. Did I get that right? Okay. Our next slide is our major behavior violations. These violations are going to lead to an off-campus suspension. It may be a couple of days. It could be long-term. And in our very few occasions, it could be a recommendation for an expulsion. And so these are the groupings of those areas. And we're going to look at the most frequent ones that we saw in the 24-25 school year. It may be no surprise for those of you who've been on the board for a few years that substance use still continues to be one of the largest groups. And so that was 1,048 in the 24-25 school year. You're going to see another slide about substances. This one happened to include all of them. So that's tobacco use, alcohol. There's actually quite a variety out there these days. But again, really just being honest and taking a look at the most frequent ones. And so this next slide is going to take some of those out and really look at the comparison in the last 3 years of primarily that marijuana use, but also distribution, paraphernalia, and we are very happy that that number is starting to trend down. We have really tried to work hard. And again, that's those skill building, mandated interventions as we reintegrate back through ISS, really trying to do root cause analysis. And I'm super excited that 2 of our licensed social workers, Heather Miller and Jen Garland, joined us, and we filled that regional intensive interventionist position. And they've got amazing systems work that they're already starting. In your spare time, I want you all to look up an acronym. I'm not going to go too far into it, called CRAFT, C-R-A-F-F-T. It is really part of the education that we're going to do with our teenagers. If we remember Just Say No and DARE, those were really bold, very popular campaigns. What I like about CRAFT, it's the idea of baking the veggies in, kind of like using the cheese to cover up the broccoli for little kids. I'm not going to do every letter, but just to give you an idea, the C is car. So are you engaging and driving with someone who is under the influence? Are you under the influence? A is alone. If you use, are you doing that when you're alone or you're lonely, or is it recreational with friends? And so just to give you an idea, we think that this will become a very good way to educate and start engaging with our students and hopefully get them thinking and really reducing that use. So back to those major violations, they lead to off-campus suspensions. Again, 93.3% of our students have never had an off-campus suspension, and I am very happy that over the last 3 years, we've brought that down by a couple percentage points. We still want to continue to trend down as we look at those major behaviors and the off-campus suspension that goes with that. Okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the off-campus suspension. Again, by demographics, you're going to see the same trends, our Hispanic males, our Black males, and our Black females. But I want to share a little bit more data, and then Mr. Carrillo is going to hand you something else. I've shared that we began to disaggregate that data more even by gender. I will share that in the 21-22 school year, Our black students were disproportionate by over 9%, and now it's, again, combined about 6.4%. So one of the ways we believe, again, it's not just about being transparent as a district, but it's important for our campuses, our principals to have this data. Today, they were emailed their most frequent minors, their most frequent majors, these same graphs for the in-school suspension by demographics and the the off-campus suspension. And so you are getting in a folder, a packet I have here in my hand that's going to break that down by campus so that you have an opportunity to look through it. And again, the campuses have this so that we're at the beginning of the school year, they can really focus their tiered work in that way. And so we're almost done here, Governing Board. This slide also is really important to me because these are the interventions that are tied to the Code of Conduct. So if you ever look through on our website, the Code of Conduct, you will see that for every behavior violation, there is a continuum of consequences that the student could get, as well as the interventions. And what we know is that suspending a student alone doesn't necessarily change behaviors or give students the skills that they need, but we pair them. They need to be accountable for their behaviors. But as you can see, we have thousands of interventions. By the way, these are not all of the interventions that we do, but we just decided to give some of the most frequent ones and the highest ones. We partners with our family with parent notifications and conferences. We're doing lots of mediations and restorative conversations, as well as you can see other interventions and those referrals as well. And again, these are tied to those behaviors in the Code of Conduct. And then lastly, Governing Board, we had a full 4 weeks of school in August. We had a House bill that was passed. We had a policy that you all wrote, and we put protocols into place. Now, before I reveal this small number, I am going to share that there's a lot that goes with that. So I want to thank marketing and communication, Richard Franco, as well as principals and administrators for messaging to families before our students even came on campus. There are also in our protocols warnings that our teachers can give. We know they have 6 periods, but in terms of behavioral referrals for the wireless communication, we had a total of 6. And that was as of Friday afternoon after school got out. And so with that, I just want to again thank my team that's sitting back there. Why don't you all wave? I know you don't like to stand up. That works with our non-instructional staff throughout the district to help support these systems and work, and then we'll open it up to discussion.
All right, board, do we have any comments, any discussion, questions? I have a question. Going back to slide number 4, where we're talking about professional development. One thing that I've heard consistently from certain members of faculty is trauma-informed care. How do we respond as staff? How do we respond as faculty, administration, to a student that might be in crisis or might be experiencing some trauma? And my concern, not only as a board member, but as a parent, is that, you know, life happens to students. Something can happen outside of the classroom at home, and while there is a behavior here called defiance, is it defiance of authority?
Yes.
It may not be about that teacher. If we have the training and a mandated retraining to recognize that trauma and to de-escalate and to make sure the student is first the person and then the student, I would gather that these numbers would go down. My concern is that, and again, this data may not, or this information, my data may not be the most up to date, is that trauma-informed care is not a required training for our PXU staff, faculty, and administration, as other trainings are. Could you talk about that a little bit? And my real question is, how do we get trauma-informed care in front of our employees and to make our students' lives better here at Phoenix Union?
Well, thank you, President Napa, Governing Board. So I think a couple pieces. So as I have now entered into some of the tracks, I mean, I do feel that we have addressed some of the trauma-formed topics in those foundational areas, but maybe not a specific module on that. And to your point, we have offered many times over the years as an optional. So ACEs is a common term that we've used in our restorative work. And so I think those are just things that we can continue to talk about as we have our, PD times and opportunities. I don't know that I have the answer to you specifically about mandating, because a lot of that happens in different committee work and with our professional development, with our talent work. But I do agree. I do also think that because we have the support teams on our campus, these are topics and discussions that take place with collaborative teams and staff meetings, and the resources are on the campus. But in terms of mandatory, I think that would go like beyond, me or one division, and those are things that we could revisit.
Thank you. Board, anything? Oh, sorry, Board Member Meyer.
Hello, President Napa and district personnel. I was wondering more like, can you walk me through what happens when it sounds like you are moving towards the craft method. Did I catch that correctly? I have a second part.
Thank you again, President Napa, Board Member Meyer, and community. So again, as we are really going to be working with our new regional intensive interventionist, I know that is one of the ones as far as a tier 1 campaign. And so really being able to introduce that, they start their work with the social workers who are generally working with the students that have the substance issues. But I think these are things that we could even look at partnering with marketing and really doing district-wide campaigns and offering advisory opportunities to introduce that to our students.
Okay, thank you. And along with that, it sounds like you partially answered my question that it sounds like you're all doing the work. But I was wondering, I know like self-medicating is a part of substance use, and I looked up the CRAFT the acronym, and it sounds like that would be part of the R, which is relax, and the F and forget. So in what ways are we connecting our students with mental health resources that could better treat, instead of them using, maybe they're using substances to treat what really is fundamentally depression or anxiety. So what does that process look like?
So President Napa, Board Member Meyer, community, I'm not going to pretend that I have the total answer, but we have experts in our division, and I am sure that we could work through the superintendent's office and Mr. Carrillo to really sit down to walk through how we work with that. I think that I do want to go back to that student-initiated help, because in the first weeks of school, we are introducing our student support teams, and again, these opportunities to refer themselves and even friends. It could be someone whose friend is struggling. I think our students are becoming more and more aware about the help they can get, but certainly would be happy to sit down with you and talk about how we address that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? How do I say this? School safety and student behavior go hand in hand. I am also aware that all of our campuses have different environments, different cultures, and safety is not a one-size-fits-all situation. I'm also highly aware that the work that we have done in the past year to install safety measures through AWS and law enforcement on campuses were requested and done by the district. But also, what I'm more interested in is this long-term investment in our students' well-being, in our students' mental health, and their behaviors. And in my time here as a board member, I don't think I've really gotten a good answer or a complete answer as to root causes. I have my hypothesis, I think as all of our board members do, because we understand the deficiencies that are in our community. We understand that students come to our schools and sometimes the schools are the parents. My concern as a board member is, how are we identifying those root causes? How are we going to address them? And, you know, more police on campus, in my opinion, is not going to solve the issue of mental health and safety in our classrooms and on our schools. This is going to be a long-term investment, 5 to 10 years. And I am really interested to know what our students are experiencing. What are the causes and how do we help them? And I guess that's not so much as a question, but a seed planted that we need to begin that work. And I know that looking here and understanding the work that we do, not only in professional development, in restorative practices, and of course the student wraparound services. Quite honestly, I'm not aware of other districts that support our students and families the way that we do. It is absolutely amazing. But my concern is what's gonna be here in place after I leave this board, after we all leave this board. And how do we leave Phoenix Union better off than we did before, especially for our students and our families? Any other questions, concerns, discussion? All right. Thank you for all that data. Item 3A, request for future agenda items. This item will be skipped. Board members will have the opportunity to request future agenda items during the regular meeting. 3B, motion to adjourn the special meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the special meeting? Who said that? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to adjourn has been made by Board Member Cota and seconded by Clerk Oliver. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. We will take a break of approximately 9 minutes. 6 o'clock is when we're going to start. Guests, a quick reminder during breaks as a safety protocol, please refrain from approaching the dais. Thank you for your cooperation.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star. PXU spotlight, this is who we are.
Well, hello, welcome. Let's kick it off. Why don't you tell us your name, how long you've been in the district, what you do in the district, and what it is that made you choose Phoenix Union.
Yeah, so my name's Yuli. I'm the current principal of Bioscience High School. I've been in the district now for about 11 years. Honestly, it's kind of like my second home. When I step into Phoenix Union communities, every single person reminds me of somebody from my own experience, somebody from my culture, somebody from my family. So for me, there really is no other place like Phoenix Union. It kind of just feels like home. So that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. I love that. All right. So during your time as an assistant principal, you led efforts around school culture and climate. What strategies did you find most effective in building a positive environment, and how do you see those strategies scaling across the district to other schools?
Right on. So we had about 240 staff members, give or take, and I think one thing that I realized was it was never just going to be me that shifted the climate and the culture of our community. And I really had to leverage the capacity of every single member of our community. And it started with building relationships, getting to know people, getting to know their strengths, and understanding that every single one of them had something to offer. And with our collective direction, we aligned to hopefully create a better climate and better culture for our kiddos, for all of our kiddos, using every single person in our community.
Boots on ground,
Yes.
right? All right. Well, safety is foundational to learning. How do you approach, or what is your approach to school safety, and how has it evolved over time? What practices do you believe are essential in creating safe and supportive campuses?
I always kind of use examples with staff members and honestly anybody that I talk to outside of education. It's I remember a time where I went to a professional development, completely different city, and I decided to walk there. And as I was walking, I heard gunshots, I heard people screaming. Within, it felt like seconds, I felt just the whiplash of police cars going through, and in that moment I froze, I panicked, I ran, I made it to the professional development, and all I could think of that day was not what I was going to be learning, how excited I was to be in that place, but just the trauma that I had experienced. And so I always tell our staff members, our community members is, for kids to learn, for kids to be ready to learn, they need to feel safe. They need to feel welcomed, inspired, seen, valued. And so I always lead with examples that really center adults in real world scenarios to hopefully connect with students on a different level and the importance of safety.
Perfect. Now that you're leading Bioscience High School, how are you applying those past administrative experiences to shape the vision for your school? And what lessons might other school leaders take from your transformation?
That's a good question. I think when I got to Chavez, I realized that school had been there for 25 years. Mm-hmm. When I got to Bioscience, that school has been there for 17 years.
Sure.
And it's not just because it's a great building. It's because there have been people there for 17 years and 25 years that have developed and grown that program. And so one thing that I always keep in mind is that there are people that have been doing the work before you, and there are people that will continue to do the work well after you're gone. And it's a point to leverage the capacity to build relationships and to collectively grow our community towards a positive direction.
So speaking of that, Bioscience has a very unique identity. Very proud of it. But talk about the excitement for upcoming school year at Bio and maybe what you see on the horizon when it comes to innovation on your campus.
That's a good question. I'll start off by saying this. Bioscience is unique. Bioscience is also Phoenix Union School. It represents the great diversity, creativity, and innovation that our greater community has to offer. One thing I will say with Bioscience that kind of occurs at any other comprehensive school is you have so many great things, and sometimes you miss an opportunity to showcase the work. Sometimes you miss an opportunity to highlight the incredible things that are going on. And so one of the things that I'm really excited for this school year is to make sure that we show not just our families at Bioscience, but to really show this incredible community in Phoenix, in Arizona, and hopefully across the US of the incredible things that we're doing. Because that tends to, when people hear about things like that from all walks of life from across the country, that tends to really draw in some great partnerships and opportunities for our kiddos.
Outstanding. I look forward to that and helping you with that. Yeah. As Administrator of the Year, what message would you share with our aspiring school leaders about the role of administrators in shaping not just schools, but the future of public education in our district?
I would say one piece of advice that I would give is just, get humbled. And sometimes it's very difficult. Getting humbled is a skill, but that is the one thing that will really center you and ground you in the work, and that is the one thing that will really rally your community around you. Because when they feel valued, they feel heard, they feel seen, they feel like their input matters, remove yourself and your ego from that situation, and you'll realize that you'll come up with the most innovative and relevant solutions to move a community forward.
Yeah, no school administrator has ever operated in isolation successfully anyway. So great advice, great advice. Well, thank you for being here with us today, and congratulations on Administrator of the Year for the entire district. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star. PXU spotlight, this is who we are.
Well, hello, welcome. Let's kick it off. Why don't you tell us your name, how long you've been in the district, what you do in the district, and what it is that made you choose Phoenix Union.
Yeah, so my name's Yuli. I'm the current principal of Bioscience High School. I've been in the district now for about 11 years. Honestly, it's kind of like my second home. When I step into Phoenix Union communities, every single person reminds me of somebody from my own experience, somebody from my culture, somebody from my family. So for me, there really is no other place like Phoenix Union. It kind of just feels like home. So that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. I love that. All right. So during your time as an assistant principal, you led efforts around school culture and climate. What strategies did you find most effective in building a positive environment, and how do you see those strategies scaling across the district to other schools?
Right on. So we had about 240 staff members, give or take, and I think one thing that I realized was it was never just going to be me that shifted the climate and the culture of our community, and I really had to leverage the capacity of every single member of our community. And it started with building relationships, getting to know people, getting to know their strengths, and understanding that every single one of them had something to offer. And with our collective direction, we aligned to hopefully create a better climate and better culture for our kiddos, for all of our kiddos, using every single person in our community.
Boots on ground,
Yes.
right? All right. Well, safety is foundational to learning. How do you approach? Well, what is your approach to school safety, and how has it evolved over time? What practices do you believe are essential in creating safe and supportive campuses?
I always kind of use examples with staff members and honestly anybody that I talk to outside of education. I remember a time where I went to a professional development, completely different city, and I decided to walk there. And as I was walking, I heard gunshots, I heard people screaming. It felt like seconds. I felt just the whiplash of police cars going through, and in that moment I froze, I panicked, I ran, I made it to the professional development, and all I could think of that day was not what I was going to be learning, how excited I was to be in that place, but just the trauma that I had experienced. And so I always tell our staff members, our community members is, for kids to learn, for kids to be ready to learn, they need to feel safe. They need to feel welcomed, inspired, seen, valued. And so I always lead with examples that really center adults in real world scenarios to hopefully connect with students on a different level and the importance of safety.
Perfect. Now that you're leading Bioscience High School, how are you applying those past administrative experiences to shape the vision for your school? And what lessons might other school leaders take from your transformation?
That's a good question. I think when I got to Chavez, I realized that school had been there for 25 years. When I got to Bioscience, that school has been there for 17 years.
Sure.
And it's not just because it's a great building. It's because there have been people there for 17 years and 25 years that have developed and grown that program. And so one thing that I always keep in mind is that there are people that have been doing the work before you, and there are people that will continue to do the work well after you're gone. And it's a point to leverage the capacity to build relationships and to collectively grow our community towards a positive direction.
So speaking of that, Bioscience has a very unique identity. Very proud of it. But talk about the excitement for upcoming school year at Bio and maybe what you see on the horizon when it comes to innovation on your campus.
That's a good question. I'll start off by saying this. Bioscience is unique. Bioscience is also Phoenix Union School. It represents the great diversity, creativity, and innovation that our greater community has to offer. One thing I will say with Bioscience that kind of occurs at any other comprehensive school is you have so many great things, and sometimes you miss an opportunity to showcase the work. Sometimes you miss an opportunity to highlight the incredible things that are going on. And so one of the things that I'm really excited for this school year is to make sure that we show not just our families at Bioscience, but to really show this incredible community in Phoenix, in Arizona, and hopefully across the US of the incredible things that we're doing. Because that tends to, when people hear about things like that from all walks of life from across the country, that tends to really draw in some great partnerships and opportunities for our kiddos.
Outstanding. I look forward to that and helping you with that.
Yeah.
As Administrator of the Year, what message would you share with our aspiring school leaders about the role of administrators in shaping not just schools, but the future of public education in our district?
I would say one piece of advice that I would give is just, get humbled. And sometimes it's very difficult. Getting humbled is a skill, but that is the one thing that will really center you and ground you in the work, and that is the one thing that will really rally your community around you. Because when they feel valued, they feel heard, they feel seen, they feel like their input matters, remove yourself and your ego from that situation, and you'll realize that you'll come up with the most innovative and relevant solutions to move a community forward.
Yeah, no school administrator has ever operated in isolation successfully anyway. So great advice, great advice. Well, thank you for being here with us today, and congratulations on
Thank you.
Administrator of the Year for the entire district. Well deserved.
Thank you.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star.
Thank you for joining us tonight. We are going to start at 6:10 to get everybody settled, everybody in their seats. If you are here to make public comment, you need to fill out a card. Public comment can be filled out over here. Who's doing public comment? Raise your hand. If you want to speak at today's public comment section, you need to sign up to speak. Please go over here to Mr. Franco, and we will start at 6:10. Thank you so much.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star. PXU spotlight, this is who we are.
Well, hello, welcome. Let's kick it off. Why don't you tell us your name, how long you've been in the district, what you do in the district, and what it is that made you choose Phoenix Union.
Yeah, so my name's Yuli. I'm the current principal of Bioscience High School. I've been in the district now for about 11 years. Honestly, it's kind of like my second home. When I step into Phoenix Union communities, every single person reminds me of somebody from my own experience, somebody from my culture, somebody from my family. So for me, there really is no other place like Phoenix Union. It kind of just feels like home. So that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. I love that. All right. So during your time as an assistant principal, you led efforts around school culture and climate. What strategies did you find most effective in building a positive environment, and how do you see those strategies scaling across the district to other schools?
Right on. So we had about 240 staff members, give or take, and I think one thing that I realized was it was never just going to be me that shifted the climate and the culture of our community. And I really had to leverage the capacity of every single member of our community. And it started with building relationships, getting to know people, getting to know their strengths, and understanding that every single one of them had something to offer. And with our collective direction, we aligned to hopefully create a better climate and better culture for our kiddos, for all of our kiddos, using every single person in our community.
Boots on ground,
Yes.
right? All right. Well, safety is foundational to learning. How do you approach, or what is your approach to school safety, and how has it evolved over time? What practices do you believe are essential in creating safe and supportive campuses?
I always kind of use examples with staff members and honestly anybody that I talk to outside of education. I remember a time where I went to a professional development, completely different city, and I decided to walk there. And as I was walking, I heard gunshots, I heard people screaming. Within, it felt like seconds, I felt just the whiplash of police cars going through, and in that moment I froze, I panicked, I ran, I made it to the professional development, and all I could think of that day was not what I was going to be learning, how excited I was to be in that place, but just the trauma that I had experienced. And so I always tell our staff members, our community members is, for kids to learn, for kids to be ready to learn, they need to feel safe. They need to feel welcomed, inspired, seen, valued. And so I always lead with examples that really center adults in real world scenarios to hopefully connect with students on a different level and the importance of safety.
Perfect. Now that you're leading Bioscience High School, how are you applying those past administrative experiences to shape the vision for your school? And what lessons might other school leaders take from your transformation?
That's a good question. I think when I got to Chavez, I realized that school had been there for 25 years. Mm-hmm. When I got to Bioscience, that school has been there for 17 years.
Sure.
And it's not just because it's a great building. It's because
it is now 6:10. We are going to start. The regular meeting is called to order. Would the secretary please note that all board members are present. Please note that today's meeting is being live streamed. We also offer Spanish interpreting services at the back of the room.
Si necesita intérprete en español, favor de mirar a nuestro intérprete que se encuentra a un lado del cuarto. Gracias.
First item on the agenda is 1C, Pledge of Allegiance and Moment of Silence. We will stand as Representative Marquez leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We will remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of PXU student Michael Montoya II, as well as for the student, staff, and entire Maryville community who are grieving this tragic loss. Thank you, and please be seated.
Madam President,
Yes.
motion to table the reading of the land acknowledgement statement.
There is a motion to table the land acknowledgement statement. Is there a second? The motion to table the land acknowledgement statement by Board Member Cota fails or dies.
Madam President, motion to postpone the reading of the land acknowledgement statement until after all business items.
There is a motion to postpone the land acknowledgement statement until all business items. Is there a second? Motion died. The land acknowledgement statement is next on the agenda. Please remain seated as I say the land acknowledgement. It is an honor as a Navajo woman to say this land acknowledgement statement. It is a further honor as a Phoenix Union North High School alumni, a former North High School Indian Club president, and former Miss Indian North High. Furthermore, it is very meaningful to me in the shadow of the Phoenix Indian School. I am the granddaughter of Annie Kahn, who survived 4 boarding schools and graduated valedictorian from the Phoenix Indian School. Land acknowledgement. The Phoenix Union High School District is responsible for and committed to creating educational environments that prioritize the achievements of Native American students. We are committed to making their cultural identity visible by acknowledging that our school district resides upon the ancestral lands of the original caretakers, the Huhugum, ancestors of the Akimel Atam, Ankh Akimel Atam, Tohono Atam, and Akchin. These sovereign nations are presently known as Gila River Indian Community, Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, Tohono O'odham Nation, and Akchin Indian Community. This formal acknowledgement is dedicated to the 22 sovereign nations of Arizona. PXU understands the importance of providing reparations through truth-telling. We recognize the historical injustices not traditionally taught in the classroom and are committed to practices prioritizing Native American knowledge, history, representation, and healing. We commit with an open mind to always respect the land, its histories, and its ancestors. Clerk Oliver.
All right. For the month of September, we are pleased to showcase the amazing student work from the art departments at Bioscience and Linda Brill High Schools. At Bioscience High School, we proudly foster a culture of imaginative thinking and creative risk-taking. Our arts program is more than a class. It's a safe and vibrant space where students explore bold ideas and unconventional methods. This year's 9th grade art curriculum centered around the themes of observation, ambiguity, and balance. Students use sketchbooks and ideational exercises to challenge their perspective and push creative boundaries. From blackouts, poetry, to mud stencils, and even 3D printed emobots designed in CAD software. Each project invited students to combine artistic expression with social commentary, design thinking, and hands-on experimentation. We believe that the arts play a vital role in nurturing the kind of lateral thinking and problem solving that drives innovation in both biomedical and engineering pathways. Next, as Linda Brill Educational kicks off the school year, their art installation showcases the early stages of our students' creative development. Beginning art students focused on foundational skills such as contour lining, line drawing, shading techniques, I cannot read tonight, and the elements and principles of design. Meanwhile, advanced students applied their knowledge of color separation to produce multicolor block prints. In addition, all students participated in the collaborative exquisite corp drawing, fun and imaginative pieces that highlight the playful side of art making. This collection reflects both the discipline required to build artistic skills and the excitement that comes with creative exploration at the start of a new year. We invite you to explore the work of these young artists from Bioscience and Linda Brill and celebrate their curiosity, courage, and creativity. Enjoy the display.
Thank you, Clerk Oliver. The next item on the agenda is 2A, recognitions and accomplishments. We're really excited tonight for tonight's celebration, where we will be recognizing the amazing achievements of our students and staff. Tonight, I am honored to open our recognitions and accomplishments with one of our 3 PXU students of the year. Fortunately, Cesar Chavez Sr., Mayan Orozco was unable to attend this evening, but we do have 2 incredible students here tonight that we want to highlight. The first awardee is a young person that attends Desiderata by way of Betty Fairfax. This individual has overcome much adversity in his life and is an incredible example of what success looks like when you never give up. He is described as a great leader and a true friend. They are someone the school can count on and their peers always speak highly of. The student is always willing to help and does so with a smile. He has an incredible sense of humor and is described as one of the funniest people you will meet. In the past year, he has worked so hard on becoming the best version of himself and strives for self-improvement. He hopes to attend college after finishing high school. Please join us in congratulating Bondon Hinton from Desiderata. Representative Marquez.
Our next award goes to a young person who earned 10 A's out of 14 possible courses last year. In addition to his academic success, this young man participated in the spring 2025 Close-Up Foundation 7-day Future Leader Civic Engagement Program in Washington, D.C. and New York City. At this trip, they met and spent time with Senator Mark Kelly in his D.C. office. This student has worked extremely hard, and their path has not been the easiest. We are excited to share that they will graduate this winter after successfully meeting all requirements this fall. After graduation, he plans to attend Arizona State University to study civil engineering. Please join us in congratulating Jonathan Guardian Robles from Linda Brill Educational Academy for being named one of our 2025 Phoenix Union Students of the Year.
Member Pastor Rivera.
This is my favorite sport, so let's begin. Our final recognition this evening is for a group of 6 student athletes from Alhambra, Cesar Chavez, and Trevor Brown High Schools. These young men and their coaches from Camelback and Cesar Chavez High Schools won the first ever Nike RBI High School Age Summer League World Series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This past summer, over 200 student athletes from Phoenix Union and other surrounding schools participated in the league. This league was 100% free for our student athletes and ensured that all were able to access baseball this summer. This team won the Western Regionals in Seattle, winning 5 consecutive games. Following this performance, the team found themselves in the World Series at the Jackie Robinson Sports Complex in Vero Beach, Florida, which we refer to as Baseball Heaven. Our boys had to battle as we went 14 innings against the Atlanta Braves to win the championship game, bringing home the first championship for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Join us in congratulating Omar Guzman, Emmanuel Perez, and Ricardo Fonseca from Alhambra High School, Adolfo Pacheco and Cesar from Cesar Chavez High School, and Abraham Guzman from Trevor Brown High School, who are accompanied by their coaches, J.D. Ramirez from Camelback High School, Armando Teliz, who teaches at Fairfax and coaches at Cesar Chavez High School, and Eric Figueroa, the director of Arizona Diamondbacks RBI, for winning the Nike RBI Summer League World Series. Congratulations.
Next item is 3A, reports from student government. This month, we welcome Mr. Sal Lopez, student government advisor at Cesar Chavez High School. Mr. Lopez works with Stugo sponsors district-wide and helps organize the monthly presentations to the governing board. Mr. Lopez will do us the honor of introducing tonight's report.
Thank you all. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As I said, my name is Sal Lopez, 20-year teacher at Cesar Chavez High School, 19 years as the student government advisor, and I've also, this is my 7th or 8th year. It kind of rolled in with COVID and everything, as the lead student advisor for the district, and again, responsible for putting together the reports for the students to give each month at the board meetings. So this first month is just so hectic, so I figured I'd come and speak to y'all myself, introduce myself. Definitely as someone, a liaison. If you guys have questions, concerns regarding student governments on our campuses, I'm definitely someone you can go to in that regard. I did want to speak a little bit about our student governments in our district. All 19 schools have a student government, including Phoenix Digital. All schools have a student government advisors, and I'm biased, but I don't think it's biased if it's true. The student governments are the backbones of our campus. Other than academics, student government are in charge of creating the culture and environment of each school, and the atmosphere for the students to thrive and really enjoy being on our campuses. The student governments themselves, I was putting together some numbers just because it's been a while since we've done it. There's about 775 total members of student government throughout the entire district. We have, on average, 50 student government members per school. Small as 15, as big as 100. Which is my school, Stugo at Chavez. We have 100 students involved in our program. Altogether, they've put out, on average over these last few years, 241 total events per year. So almost 16 on average events per year. That includes, prom and homecoming, dances, pep rallies, also awareness campaigns, social media campaigns, doing different things for our campuses, service events, etc. And speaking of service, I'm always proud to report, in total, student government students across the district completed over 25,000 hours of community service in Phoenix Union. So on average, about 1,800 hours per student government. Some are doing up to 60 a year per student. So putting in a lot of hours, a lot of work, and being recognized for it as well. The Arizona Association of Student Councils does a Council of Distinction Award each year for student governments that achieve a certain level of events and activities. And at least half of our student governments have received this award over the last few years. Some all 3 years, some for the first time. We're shooting to try to get everybody to get the award this coming year. So that's a big deal for us. And then even more proud, 6 of our advisors are actually alumni of PXU, including myself. So that's always something we try to come through and also give back. So we appreciate the time always every month for us to be able to give a report to you to talk about the successes, to talk about the exciting things happening on our campuses, and also the concerns if we have them that to try to bring to you, and hopefully have some support and feedback from you all on how we can help each other make PXU a great place to be. So without further ado, thank you guys for allowing me to report, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is 3B, reports from employee organizations. Our representatives reporting tonight are Mr. Esteban Flemons, CTA President, Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA President, Mrs. Vanessa Casillas, ADA President, and Ms. Laura Taylor, PUFE Executive Director. Mr. Flemons.
Good evening, President Napa, Superintendent Andrade, governing board members, community, and staff in attendance here and virtually. My name is Esteban Flemons, and I'm the president of the Phoenix Union CTA, and I stand before you representing our 1,000 members of the certificated employees here in the district. I'm proud to stand here as an employee as a PXU alumni from North High School, a district employee who has lived and worked in the district for over 20 years. This is my community, and as a community member, my heart goes out to all those affected from the events at Maryvale. With that said, I am deeply frustrated with the performative acts that have been used and taken advantage of during this tragedy, not only in the overall community, but also coming from this board. They've been used to gain attention and be exploited for political purposes. And I just say this, as a community member, if you're going to support the community, then support it. If you aren't, then kindly let us heal without interjecting yourself. Since our last CTA meeting, our members have been involved in getting the district up and moving. They've been working hard on campuses, and we've been moving forward. I would say this is one of the smoothest years that I have ever seen this district start off with regarding employees and administrative communication. So I want to give a quick shout out to thank you to the principals that are normally in the back but now spread everywhere for your work with your CTA leaders on campus. Things have been really great, and it's been appreciated at all levels. There's a process, and CTA is involved in it. We're looking to getting forward to our joint committees up and moving to help move the district forward, because we know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but it's only together that we can actually get things completed. So it's not always the most fun work. Negotiations for salary and benefits, discussions about grading practices, reviewing documents is not what we love to do, but it's also important, and we appreciate the opportunity to be at the table to do all those things. With that being said, this year I'm taking a little pivot on what I'm doing here, and I want to recognize some of the members that I have in CTA at each one of my presentations. So we're going to be doing CTA props. PROP stands for Professionals Recognizing Other Professional Success. And I would say this month I could have brought forth the entire Maryvale staff, all 87 CTA members that are there, to be recognized. But I got several messages about two members in particular, and that's Mr. Bo Newton and Ms. Gretchen Clifton, who are standing here with me. Yes, they deserve a huge round of applause. And the reason I want to highlight them is there were so many things that went on, but one of the biggest concerns was how do we get our students back to campus, create an environment that's safe and healthy, and help teachers navigate this world that we were not prepared to do. And I got several messages that Gretchen and Bo stepped up, provided opportunities, provided lessons, provided guidance to the entire staff. And so with that, I wanted to give them a big round of applause. If you guys could do that one more time, I'd really appreciate it. And when I do this next month, we'll be a little fancier with some plaques, but this is a new thing, so we're off and moving. So with that being said, CTA is here to do the good work. We're willing to engage with everyone here at the board. If you have questions or concerns, please reach out to me. Happy to have a coffee or anything else. With that, thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. Ms. Anastasia Jimenez, CEA President.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, PXU community, allies, and educators. Thank you for joining us tonight. And to our superintendent, Ms. Andrade, governing board members, PXU leadership, staff, students, and our sibling associations. We appreciate all your engagement, whether you're here in person or participating virtually. Thank you and welcome to all. Before I begin my formal report, I want to acknowledge the recent tragedies and loss of life in our PXU and Maryvale communities. There are no words to fully express the pain and suffering our families and students are going through, and I understand there may be details and factors yet to be determined, or that we may never learn. I also recognize that grief can appear differently or suddenly for some. It can be hard for those left to cope with such an event because things will never be the same. This is especially true for those directly involved and impacted by these events. Thank you to our executive team for honoring and providing accessible resources and supports for our staff through these difficult times. Ongoing, might I add. Thank you to our Maryvale safety team who I won't name publicly here tonight, but I assume that we will do that pretty soon, if not already in the works, but just for their privacy. Thank you to them. Thank you to our administrators, teachers, staff, and students for responding quickly to ensure this event was handled properly. I also appreciate our PXU leadership, Ms. Vanessa Casillas, Mr. Chris Rhodes, and Mr. John Doherty, and our district safety supervisors for their support and guidance. Drawing on their experience, skills, and years of training, I am confident our staff acted efficiently and effectively. While no student, parent, or staff member expects such an incident, I am proud of our PXU staff for responding sensitively and appropriately. Secondly, members of this board and other elected or appointed officials of local governing bodies, please use this opportunity to connect with your communities and constituents, the stakeholders of our district. Engage, listen, and seek connections. This is a sensitive time for everyone involved, and it saddens me when leaders both locally and beyond use moments like these to shift focus towards attacking rather than healing our communities. Thank you to the board members who have reached out to build relationships with your associations, as this will also serve as a pulse on trends and challenges our staff are facing. I encourage all of you to continue fostering rapport with us and to engage openly and in good faith. Now I'd like to move on to some other points in my report, beginning with the support and approval of agenda items 9H and 10L through 10O. I want to give a special shout out to our ESS department and Ms. Dina Williams. Thank you for the efforts and work you all put into these MOAs. I encourage everyone to review those items as they are creating new work opportunities for both our students and our current staff. Next, I'd like to acknowledge our finance and payroll departments, as well as others supporting the rollout of our new hire and retention stipends for eligible full-time and part-time employees. I apologize for missing them last month. That was made known for that. But I believe it is essential to recognize their efforts now as we continue to see those in the very near future roll out. Thank you to our IBM team and associations that fought for these additional stipends, honoring staff loyalty and dedication, especially during these times. And in closing, I want to thank all of you for your ongoing dedication to our students, staff, and community. During tough times, it's our compassion, collaboration, and resilience that defines us. Let's keep moving forward together with empathy in our hearts and purpose in our actions. Thank you for all being here tonight and for the work each of you does in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vanessa Casillas, ADA President.
Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, and esteemed members of the Governing Board. First, on behalf of the entire district, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the Maryvale community. Our hearts are with the students, staff, and families as they continue to heal and move forward together. As we close out the first month of school, I'm proud to share that we've been moving and grooving across our campuses. Fall sports are in full swing, students are back in rhythm, and most schools have successfully hosted their open house nights, welcoming families and building community. While challenges always arise, what continues to shine through is the resilience, care, and collaboration of our PXU staff and students. We look forward to sharing more about the amazing work happening across our district in the weeks ahead. Thank you for your continued support. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Ms. Laura Taylor, PUFE Executive Director.
All right. President Napa, members of the board, Superintendent Andrade, it's a pleasure to be here this evening. The Phoenix Union Foundation for Education held its annual strategic planning retreat on July 26th with the new officers and our current board members. We're looking forward to a productive year with President Lauren Arndt, Vice President Leticia Alvarez, Treasurer Atkins Martinez, Secretary Jesus Vera, and our current board members, John Doherty, Andy Fillion, Stacy Flores, and Jose Patino. We are looking to recruit more board members, more donors, more sponsors, as we have significant fundraising goals, and because the need continues to grow. Our scholarship application is now open. Students can start that application now. By completing this application, a student is eligible for multiple scholarships. They have until January 12th, 2026 to complete it. But we really are wanting everyone that is in contact with a PXU senior to encourage them to complete their application by the end of the year. We are also working on dual enrollment funding in cooperation with PXU and the Maricopa County Community College District. So there will be more to come on that as we work through the details. On this slide, you'll also see the application for readers that's open. This is a really great way to do short-term volunteering with the foundation and providing a service that's really needed. You can find the application through the QR code as well as on our website under Get Involved. The mini grant application for educators is open through October 1st. It's just opened this week as well. Last year we awarded over $30,000 in mini grant funding to truly innovative projects and programs. And you can see all the mini grants that have been awarded on our website under What We Do. We look forward to the application starting to come in soon. The D-backs game tomorrow night is at 6:40 at Chase Stadium. It's the D-backs versus the Red Sox, followed by a post-game concert with Florida. By purchasing tickets to this game through the QR code or the link on our website under events, the foundation gains a small percentage per ticket back to us. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, please purchase them through the foundation link. Coming up on October 3rd is the PXU Hall of Fame Golf Tournament held at Grand Canyon University Golf Course. That registration is also open now. It's the first thing you see when you open our website. This is a fundraiser for Hall of Fame scholarships that are awarded each year along with all the other scholarships. And lastly, as we strive to make it easy to donate to the foundation. So please consider that. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you so much.
I have a question. I did receive the email that you sent to the board about volunteers and readers. Can anyone in the community sign up to volunteer to read scholarships?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, the more the merrier.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is for a call to the public. We have a lot of cards to go through this evening. Just want to lift up that public comment.
President Napa, Debbie had a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Where is it? Thank you, President Napa. The email that you received on volunteering, I don't think I received it. Did anybody else on the board receive it?
I believe it was addressed to all of us, but I can forward it, or Ms. Taylor can resend it.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd appreciate it.
Okay, for real this time, 4A, call to the public. I just want to lift up that we have a lot of speakers this evening, and that board members have to wait to the very end of public comment to respond, if that's something that board members wish to do. Can we have the audio, please?
According to ARS 38-431.01H, at the conclusion of the call to the public, members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who address the public body, may ask the staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. We would like to caution members of the audience about commenting on a particular individual, and thank you for not referring to any person by name. In order to avoid any concerns with interpretation services, please be aware of the following. We have a Spanish interpreter available to join you at the podium while you address the governing board. Only the PXU assigned interpreter will provide interpretation services. If you have a script on paper or on a device, we ask that you make it available for the interpreter. In order to provide accurate interpreting, we ask that you speak for approximately 2 to 3 sentences at a time and pause for interpreting. You will be given double the amount of time to address the governing board as a result. As usual, we ask that you end your comments when your official time allotment has ended.
Para evitar dificultades con los servicios de intérprete, tenga en cuenta lo siguiente. Tenemos un intérprete de español disponible para acompañarlo mientras se dirige a la mesa directiva. Solo el intérprete asignado por el distrito proveerá servicios de interpretación. Si tiene su mensaje en papel o electrónicamente, le pedimos que lo ponga a disposición del intérprete. Para brindar una interpretación precisa, le pedimos que hable aproximadamente de 2 a 3 oraciones a la vez y haga una pausa para el intérprete. Como resultado, se le dará el doble del tiempo para dirigirse a la mesa directiva. Como de costumbre, le pedimos que finalice sus comentarios cuando termine su tiempo asignado. Gracias por su cooperación.
All right, let's buckle up. Presentations tonight are limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. Tonight, we have the option for members of the public to participate in person or virtually. We will start with our speakers who are registered online. Speakers, we have 2 requests to speak online. First speaker, as I call your name, please state your name, indicate the agenda item or topic you wish to speak about, and limit your presentation to 2 minutes. Our first caller tonight is Katie Gibson McLean. Katie?
Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Good evening. I just wanted to say first off, my name is Katie Gibson McLean. I'm an alum of the district, but I'm also a sitting board member in the Creighton School District. And so first off, we're also a district that has adopted student outcomes focused governance. And I'm really excited to see what y'all are gonna do. We've already started meeting goals over here and really moving the needle with student outcomes. And so I'm really excited to see where you guys take this. Secondly, I was the chair of the Phoenix Union Safety Committee back in 2022 to 2023. We met for 8 to 9 months. We had tremendous expenditures of effort, labor, time, and money from the district and from the community in our committee. And if you go back to the April 13th regular board meeting agenda items, you will see that there was a presentation that not only had to do with the relationship with Phoenix Police, but also included 25 recommendations that our committee came to a conclusion with for all kinds of other types of support services. And I say this not for necessarily the people that are working in the district in the room, but for everybody else who might be giving public comment tonight to know that you don't need to go back to square one. We don't need to start at 0, that there's a foundation here that needs to be started with or continued or to be checked on or evaluated and evolved. And so given how many nights I gave up away from my children and other people on that committee did too, I would hope that whatever direction things go in moving forward, that we just remember that. And lastly, I'll just say that as a community member and as a governing board member, our thoughts are with all of you during this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker online, you may address the governing board, is Candace Ramsey. Candace? Unmute. Candace, unmute. Okay, we'll come back. All right. Tonight, we will call on those who requested to speak in person. Please, when I call your name and you come up to the podium, state your name, indicate the agenda item or topic you wish to speak about, and limit your presentation to 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Tamira John, followed by Joseph DeSella. And if I mess up your name, I apologize in advance.
Yeah, my name is Tamira John, and the discussion that I wanted to be talking about is the land acknowledgement statement. My name is Tamira John. I'm 17 years old in my senior year at Central High School. I'm the co-chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Future Inspired Native American Leaders Youth Council. I represent the People That Walk Around clan and the Coyotes Pass clan, as I am a member of the Navajo Nation. I am also a proud student at Central High School in the Phoenix Union High School School District, and I'm going to speak about the land acknowledgement. I was surprised when, in my freshman year, I was able to take a Navajo language class. This led to me meeting Lance Sanchez and learning about the remarkable work about the Native American Education Program. Mr. Sanchez inspired me to reconcile with my Navajo heritage while also using my voice to advocate for Indigenous issues. I became Central High School's female co-president of their Native American Youth Council. In my junior year, I was crowned a Miss Indian PXU, where I learned the power of community. Through my tenure, I met different people, politicians, spokespeople, and elders that entrusted me with their guidance and wisdom. Now I am thankful for the Phoenix Union and the Native American Education Program for organizing parent meetings, pageants, and clubs for Indigenous students to practice and revitalize our cultural traditions. I am a senior now, and I am especially thankful for PXU that has reconnected me to my culture, taught me my language, allowed me the opportunity to practice using my voice, and most especially for helping me heal the intergenerational trauma. The PXU land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the original caretakers of the land while also officializing their commitment to creating an educational, environmental places that prioritize achievements of Native American students. A land acknowledgement is not religious but educational. It sheds light on the historical background of the land. The PXU district resides on stolen land.
Thank you, Ms. Johns. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Joseph DeSella, followed by Demetria Collins.
Good evening, PXU board members. I am Joseph Dossala, and we are the members of the Future Inspired Native American Leaders Youth Council. We are an intertribal council of Indigenous high school students, comprised of 30 members with 9 who attend a variety of PXU schools. We serve as the youth voice and ambassadors for the Phoenix Indian Center, the oldest American nonprofit organization. The Phoenix Indian Center has had a long-standing relationship with PXU and has collaborated in various capacities in supporting Indigenous high school students. Final Youth Council is present this evening to make an undefined statement to the Phoenix High School Governing Board regarding the attempt to remove the PXU land acknowledgement. We, as Native American Youth Council and students of PXU schools, we are here to address the importance of and necessary to keep and uphold the Phoenix Union land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgements were started to recognize that Indigenous people are the original caretakers of the Americas, and they can only briefly touch on the centuries of rich, complex, and devastating history tied between Indigenous people and the United States government. This land was stolen from the Indigenous people through genocide, forced relocation, cultural erasure, and much more. Thus, a land acknowledgement is the bare minimum recognition of Indigenous peoples who endured centuries of cultural genocide that happened and is ongoing.
Thank you, Joseph. Next, Demetria Collins, followed by Yoretzi Ortega. Take your time.
Land acknowledgements aren't only a recognition, they are educational as well. It reminds non-native people that we as Indigenous people are still here. We are not something of the past. The United States we live on today would not be possible without Indigenous peoples. We are Native people have advocated for Indigenous voices to be heard, rights to be respected. This evening, we, the next generation of Indigenous leaders, are here to do the same. When we give the land and acknowledgement, we recognize
It's okay.
sorry. We recognize the Indigenous peoples who have cared for this land since time immemorial. It's not just about looking back and acknowledging the history of the land, but about honoring the ongoing presence residing on contemporary of.
You got it. Come on.
Contributing of Indigenous peoples. PXU district and schools reside on the ancestral.
Demetria, you did a great job. Thank you. Next is Yaretsi Ortega, followed by Emily Gable.
Skixiatic, good afternoon. My name is Yaretsi Ortega, and I will be speaking on the land acknowledgement statement. Many people will never hear about this history outside of the standard PXU U.S. history course. If that, so removing these acknowledgements is an attempt to remove the history of Native American people. The land acknowledgement reminds the local community, staff, and students of the hardship and history of our ancestors faced, while also showing representation for Native PXU students. Representation is about being seen and heard at the PXU, and the PXU land acknowledgement highlights that while also making a commitment to creating educational environments that support and prioritize the achievements of Native American students, it can be challenging when Native youth are in a community that doesn't share those same values or traditions, where everyone is different, but when Native Americans, especially youth, are recognized, it makes us feel like we belong. Although this proposal to remove the land acknowledgement is primarily at Phoenix Union, the possibility of this removal in other school districts has harmful downstream effects. The removal of the acknowledgement will contribute to historical erasure while also exacerbating marginalized feelings. Please also take a moment to try and imagine what Indigenous students feel at these schools as they are watching their school district governing board actively try to get rid of and forget their people, their ancestors and relatives who first belonged to this land. Removing the land acknowledgement will actively erase Indigenous voices within the district and schools. In conclusion, we are very grateful for your time. And we, as the Future Inspired Native American Leaders Youth Council, hope Phoenix Union will listen to our voices as Indigenous peoples and our simple request to keeping the PXU land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Yaretsi. Next up is Emily Gable, followed by, I'm gonna mess this up, Chayla. Oh God. You know who you are.
Hi, I'm Emily Gable, and I'm here to talk about the land acknowledgement. I'm a senior in Phoenix Union. I attend North High, and I'm a Native. I've been pretty involved with NAPE, the Native American Education Program offered here at Phoenix Union since the summer after my sophomore year, where I participated in the Indigenous Film Camp. During that 3-day program, I, alongside other Native students and staff members, worked to create the 2024 Phoenix Land Acknowledgement video, which we actually presented to you all last year. The video and the land acknowledgement itself serve as conduits for change and the recognition of the history of oppression that Natives, our people, have faced and continue to face. It was stated in an interview that the land acknowledgement, quote, ascribes a victimhood status if you're Native American, and that it acts as a virtue signal to make them feel good about themselves. I'd like to counter that argument. Through attending Unity mid-year, events hosted by the Phoenix Indian Center, and visiting the people of my tribe on the Crow Reservation in Montana, I'm constantly presented with examples of lasting issues that Native experience. Our people face disproportionate injustices on the reservation with a lack of various resources. Our people regularly go missing without justice, and our people have the highest suicide rate out of any other race. Our community isn't being victimized through the acknowledgement of the injustices that America is built on, as was suggested. It's being victimized by systems of racism and injustice that began with colonialism. During the last Phoenix board meeting, rather than reading through the land acknowledgement, someone decided to recite the Lord's Prayer, reportedly shocked by the unhappy reaction. The recitation is representative of the history of our people. When America was being colonized, our people were either violently raped, murdered, or subjected to religious indoctrination, forced to attend boarding schools where Christian Europeans could kill the native and save the man. Christianity has been used as a tool for oppression and the erasure of Native culture and practices for years. The land acknowledgement acts as a symbol of us as a community attempting to move away from this violence and erasure. It's not offensive, it's progressive, and the attempt to replace it with a Christian prayer can be best described as disappointing and frustrating. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Chayla Chiyoyi, followed by Ashley Molina. Sheila? Coming? Okay.
Hi, I'm Shayla. I'm here to talk about the Maryville student death. It was so sad and devastating finding out a student lost his life in a classroom full of his peers. More security and police couldn't have stopped this tragic and traumatic event. Many lives and perspectives were changed that day. We lost both students, one to interpersonal violence and one to incarceration. They both deserve to live a good, safe, healthy, and joyful life. What students really need is a safe, restorative justice and mentors who guide us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chayla. Ashley Molina, followed by Riley Basenti. Ashley Molina. Riley Basenti.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to speak upon the motion to remove the Phoenix Union land acknowledgement. Yateshe Riley Basenti Nishne Tachini Nishne Tabehane Bashkin Tohaglini Dashche Sinjikin Dashanele Dinesh Nishle in North High School student Nishle. Hello, my name is Riley Basenti. I am Red Running into the Water Clan, born for the Water's Edge Clan. My maternal grandfather is Water Flows Together Clan. My paternal grandfather is Honeycomb Rock People or Quiff Dwellers. I am Dene, and I am also a student at North High School. I just want to say good evening to Superintendent Andrade and President Napa, members of the board in attendance. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This land acknowledgement is more than words to me. When I hear it, I feel seen and respected, and reminded that my culture and history matters in this district. It is one of the only times Native students hear our presence recognized in a public space at school. We cannot ignore history. Indigenous peoples in this land have suffered genocide, forced removal, massacres, rape, and cultural erasure. Entire communities were destroyed, our languages were punished, and our children stolen, and our land stolen. These are not distant stories. They are the legacy that shapes Native students today. Every time a district erases recognition of Indigenous people, it continues a cycle of dismissal, ignoring the pain that is real and ongoing. This land acknowledgement is not just symbolic. It is a reminder that we exist and that we resist, and that we demand our recognition for the truth of our history. Some may call it symbolism, but the symbols are powerful. The acknowledgement doesn't solve everything, but it tells students like me that we belong and we are valued, and that Phoenix Union is committed to honoring Native students and families. Removing it would send the opposite message, that our history and contributions aren't important enough to recognize. I'm asking you to keep the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Riley. All right. Next up is Carter Moriarty, followed by Nancy Lamb.
Good evening. My name is Carter Moriarty, and I have taught for 12 years in this district, and I'm here to talk about the new gradebook requirements. While we have had amazing support at our school from our admin and ed mentor in implementing the new gradebook, I and many of my colleagues are still frustrated with the new gradebook setup. Our gradebook control has been taken from us. We are now forced to align each individual question on an assignment or exam to a specific essential standard. This means a single assignment or test could appear in the gradebook upwards of 5 different times with different scores in each of the standards assessed. This not only drastically increases grading and feedback time for teachers, but also makes the gradebook extremely confusing to interpret for our students and our parents. The gradebook is also confusing to set up, and it seems different departments have been given different information how to set it up correctly. And making this overly complicated can result in grades being miscalculated for our students, leading to drastic consequences to our students' GPAs, scholarships, and college admission opportunities. I'm also a dual enrollment teacher, and the college expectations and the new gradebook are basically incompatible. And this could lead to Phoenix College ending their partnership with us. This would cause a drop of opportunities for our students, not to mention what would happen to our college and career readiness scores. The district's mission of an equal and viable curriculum for all students is admirable. However, this can be accomplished in curriculum design and does not need to be present in our gradebooks. If a teacher chooses to use standard-based grading, that is their choice. But each of us are hired as professionals with advanced degrees and should be treated as professionals and trusted to construct our gradebook in the way that fits our instruction style the best. Our autonomy as teachers is being taken away and will only lead to even more teachers leaving our district to others where they are treated professionally. I invite any other teacher in this room who has similar frustrations with the current gradebook to please stand. And you can see that this concern is felt by a large amount of our teachers in our district. And I implore the board to return the control of our gradebook to our teachers, who are each the experts of their own classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. Next up is Nancy Lamb, followed by Guadalupe Anayo.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and community members. My name is Nancy Lamb, and I work with Women in Action. I've had the privilege of getting to know a few of our PXU high school students the past few weeks. We are deeply saddened by the tragedy at Maryville. We grieve with the families, friends, and community because we lost 2 students that day, one to interpersonal violence and one to incarceration. Tragedy should never be used to justify more policing that we know does not work, and we are saddened and angered that the board has allowed increased police presence on our campuses in response to this incident. The truth is, if cameras, metal detectors, and school officers have kept us safe, we wouldn't have lost these 2 lives. As we saw in this situation, policing responds after harm but does not prevent it. The advanced weapon detectors are another failed strategy, demonstrating once again that policing and surveillance strategies do not work. Our campuses will only be safe when every student has the resources they need to thrive. We know that some services exist already, but we need board members to be bold and invest even more at a level large enough to shift our schools from a culture of punishment to one of support and care. We need these services to be prioritized as highly as our curriculum woven into every school day for every student. Over the past few weeks, we've heard from our students that what they need are counselors who listen, therapists who heal, mentors who guide, justice that builds community, and clubs, arts, and sports that give us belonging. Maryville is not bad. What's bad is decades of disinvestment. We call on the school board to remove all SROs from campus and further invest and make accessible resources for care and healing and make our schools sanctuaries of safety and health, not surveillance and policing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Next up is Guadalupe Anayo, followed by Estela Varela.
decir una oración y si me permite por oración interpretar. Okay.
Okay. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Anaya.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Guadalupe Anaya.
Yo vengo aquí a hablar sobre lo que pasó en Maribel.
I am here to speak about what occurred at Maryvale High School.
Que no debió haber pasado. Como madre de familia, siento el dolor de estas dos familias. Me pongo en lugar de ellas.
I am here as a parent, and I'm also here
Me pongo en lugar de ellas.
I am here also in place of those parents of the child that was lost at Maryvale.
Porque en el 2019, mi hijo mayor pasó algo similar en la high school, la North High School.
In 2019, my eldest child also had a similar situation at North High School.
Fue un pleito en los baños de la escuela. Tengo un video aquí grabado.
There was an incident that occurred in 2019 in the restrooms, and I have a video in my phone.
En ese momento yo no podía hacer nada. Soy sobreviviente de cáncer.
In that moment, I couldn't do anything. I am a cancer survivor.
Y hoy estoy aquí para darles saber eso de que no es, bueno, ¿dónde está la policía o las personas que están ahí ayudando a...
I am worried. I'm also asking, like, where was everybody? Where is the police resources?
O la seguridad en ese momento, ya que los alumnos grababan el pleito. Si mi hijo pegaba con el zinc del baño, él podía verse muerto.
Where was security? There was also recordings in both incidences. Where was everyone?
Y hoy quiero que mi voz sea escuchada para que haya recursos de salud mental para los padres, para poder ayudar a nuestros hijos.
I would also ask, like, where are the resources for mental health? Also for not just our parents, but for our students.
Y no más seguridad, ya que eso hace más violencia y no hacen su trabajo, la seguridad.
And also in regards to safety, where is safety? Are they doing their jobs in our schools? Are they helping our students? What is security doing in our schools?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guadalupe. Next up is Estela Varela, followed by Maria Anaya.
She's getting ready.
También lo voy a pegar aquí porque es que como lo están interpretando. Déjeme. Y luego lo voy a pegar para que ahorita se lo paso a usted. Voy a hablar primero una parte grande, ¿está bien? Ok. Aquí va a estar. Ok, buenas tardes, mesa directiva y buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Estela Varela y como madre de familia estoy profundamente entristecida por la tragedia que sucedió en la high school de Maryvale. Mis 4 hijos estuvieron en esta escuela y le doy gracias a Dios que en ese tiempo, ¿verdad?, no sucedió nada de esto, no tuvimos que pasar por este problema. El caso es que hoy como familia y comunidad hemos perdido a 2 estudiantes, uno a la violencia interpersonal y el otro al encarcelamiento, y es muy, muy triste. Ambos eran jóvenes y merecían vivir vidas seguras, saludables y llenas de alegría. La tragedia nunca debe usarse como justificación para más vigilancia policial, que sabemos que no funciona, y nos entristece y enoja que la mesa directiva haya permitido un aumento a la presencia policial en nuestros campus en respuesta a este incidente. Si las cámaras, los detectores de metales y los oficiales de recursos escolares, la policía no mantuviera seguros, las tragedias si la policía nos mantuviera seguros, las tragedias no estuvieran ocurriendo. Lo que realmente necesitan nuestros estudiantes es consejeros que escuchen, consejeros que nos ayuden a sanar, mentores que nos guíen, justicia restaurativa que construya comunidad, práctica de resolución de conflictos, club, artes y deportes que nos den pertenencia. La seguridad significa ser vistos, escuchados y cuidados, no ser castigados ni vigilados.
Hello, my name is Estela Varela. As a mother, I am deeply saddened by the tragedy that happened at Maryvale High School. My 4 children were in this school, and I thank God that we did not have to go through these problems. The fact is that today, as a family and community, we have lost 2 students, one to interpersonal violence and the other to imprisonment. It is very sad. It is very, very sad. Both were so young and deserve to live safe, healthy lives full of joy. The tragedy should never be used as a justification for more police surveillance that we know does not work, and it saddens and angers us that the board of directors has allowed an increase in the police presence on our campuses in response to this incident. If the cameras, the metal detectors, the school resource officers, the police kept us safe, the tragedies were no longer happening. What our students really need are counselors who listen to us, who help us heal, mentors who guide us through justice, through restorative justice, that build a practical community of conflict resolution, of clubs, through clubs, arts, and sports that gives us belonging. Security means being seen, heard, and taken care of, not being punished or watched.
Maryvale, la escuela de que alguna manera formó a mis hijos, sé que esto no es un lugar malo. Lo que es malo son las décadas de desinversión. Los estudiantes no representan un peligro. Los estudiantes están de luto, sanando y sobreviviendo a un sistema que los criminaliza.
Sorry, your 2 minutes was used. Her 2 minutes was used up.
Good evening. My name is Maria Anaya. I am Mexican, Kewa, and Dene, and I serve as a student liaison at Fairfax High School. I stand before you today with deep concerns regarding comments made at the last board meeting, specifically the suggestion that the land acknowledgement resembled a prayer. This interpretation is not only inaccurate, but also undermines the powerful work of Native students, community members, and an elected tribal leader, Governor Stephen Lewis of the Gila River Indian community. Land acknowledgements are not religious. They are historical truths. They are acts of resilience, honoring the survival of indigenous peoples through centuries of genocide and forced assimilation. They are meant to inspire all students, Native and non-Natives alike, to see themselves as capable of overcoming adversities, achieving academic success, and becoming valued members of society. The comments that were made by Governing Board Member of Ward 1, these comments does not reflect the voices of PXU students, families, or the communities that are represented, including a tribal nation. As an Indigenous board member, your role carries weight. You are not just a representative, you are a role model. I urge you to reconsider your position and to vote in a way that uplifts, not silences the voices of our youth. Ahiahe. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next up, Fernando Sanchez, followed by Isabel Garcia.
Cute sign, huh? All right. Hello. I would just like to say that I think the land acknowledgement is cool, and I'm proud that our district has one. As you're aware, I'm a frequent attendee to these board meetings, and I appreciate the moment of reflection that the land acknowledgement grants us. Personally, I find the land acknowledgement as a pep talk to come up to the podium every month knowing that this is a space open to listen, while still acknowledging the impact of systemic injustices on identity and self-efficacy. With the nurturing spirit of the land acknowledgement in mind, thank you all for welcoming me to this space. Let's remember that the land acknowledgement statement was a beautiful gift crafted and given to our district from the community, and it brought so many people together in a joyful ceremony. That is a moment in our district's history that should not be abandoned. Rather than trying to erase it, we should continue to promote it and keep it as a regular part of the meeting agenda. Also, we have a plaque with the land acknowledgement on display in this building. Could there be an option of getting more plaques and placing them within the front office buildings of our campuses? Because why not? I hope the land acknowledgement gets defended tonight as an act of solidarity for our past, current, and future students, because silencing it is more dangerous and uncomfortable than facing our history. This is an opportunity for you to show us what stronger together looks like. All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Isabel Garcia, followed by Berta Rita.
Hello, my name is Isabel. I am an alumni of South Mountain High School, now known as the Academies, where my niece attends. I am here as a Phoenix resident and a local community leader to express my deep condolences and sadness over the tragedy that happened at Maryvale High School last month. I send my prayers to both families who lost their sons to interpersonal violence and incarceration. These devastating moments of loss and violence call on us to reflect on how these incidents can be prevented and to assess whether current safety strategies are working to keep students safe. Tragedy should never be used to justify more policing that we know that does not work. Policing response after harm has already taken place and does nothing to prevent harm. Our campuses will be safe when every student has the resources they need to thrive, both at school and home. I ask that this board and district leadership be bold and invest in root cause services at a large enough scale to shift the culture at schools away from punishment and criminalization to a culture of support and care. As others have already mentioned, we've been talking to PXU students in the past couple of weeks, and what we hear is that students really need counselors who listen, therapists who heal, who help them heal, mentors who guide them, restorative justice that builds community, and conflict resolution and de-escalation practices. Parents also need mental health resources and education to help them understand and better support their youth. Maryvale is not bad. Maryvale students are not bad. What is bad is decades of disinvestment from the Maryvale community and from poor working class students of color who are surviving systems that criminalize them. Again, I call on this board to stop investing in policing on campuses and increase investment in care and healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Next, Berta Rita, followed by Genesis Camacho.
Sí. ¿Tiene algo escrito? No. Ok, entonces si me permite interpretar por oración. Ok. Hola, buenas tardes a la mesa directiva a todos. Mi nombre es Berta Rita.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Berta Rita.
Sí. Yo estoy aquí también para que mi voz sea escuchada por el caso que pasó en Maryvale.
I'm here speaking up on behalf of what happened on Maryvale High School.
Mis hijos estudiaron también en esa escuela, salieron graduados de ahí. Y creo que este problema que vimos este año no es de ahorita. Años atrás ha habido muchos problemas con los jóvenes.
I have 2 children that have graduated from there. This is not a new problem, and this is not a new problem.
Y siempre ha habido seguridad, ha habido policías, también pusieron ya los detectores de metal.
There's always been security, and policing, and although the metal detectors are new.
Y aún así, estos problemas siguen pasando, ¿verdad? Ahora pasó a mayores.
These are not new problems, although it has escalated.
Hemos perdido 2 jóvenes que no merecían estar donde están ahorita, ni uno ni otro.
We have lost two of our youth members.
Y estamos con las familias, 2 familias siendo afectadas por esta tragedia.
And we are here for these 2 families that have lost 2 children.
La policía ni los detectores han resuelto los problemas que estamos viviendo en nuestros distritos, en nuestras escuelas.
The police nor the detectors have resolved our problems in our communities.
Creo que debemos buscar mejores soluciones para nuestros jóvenes y para nuestras familias.
We need better resolutions for our students and our families.
Mejor personal, porque cuando mis niños estaban ahí,
Better staffing, and when my children were there,
hasta los de la seguridad no los respetan.
security has also not respected them.
Mi niño me llegó a decir varias veces
My child has told me many times
que el security siempre cuando ellos estaban formados les empezaban a decir, ahí vienen los mexicanos y no te llamas José, te llamas Juan, te llamas Pedro, y se reían.
they have heard security call them out and make fun of them by calling them names or names such as Jose, there goes Jose or Juan.
Hasta los consejeros les bajan los ánimos de seguir estudiando.
Even academic counselors have broken their spirit.
Mi hija tenía muy buenos grados, estaba en clases de honores y la pusieron en una depresión muy fea diciéndole no puedes ir a universidad, tú no tienes un seguro de aquí y eso no está bien.
My daughter has been told, although she's an honor student, that she has been told that she can't thrive or go to the university and be successful.
Necesitamos mejor personal capacitado para poder lidiar con conflictos y tensiones en nuestras escuelas. Necesitamos que el presupuesto se invierta en salud mental, en consejerías.
We need better staff and better resources, especially focused on mental health services.
Necesitamos en verdad un personal que los ayude y los guíe a llegar a universidad. Ellos merecen vivir bien y tener mejor calidad de vida también. Y eso también incluye a sus padres.
Thank you, Berta. Genesis Camacho, followed by Carla Rangel.
Good evening, board members. My name is Genesis Camacho, and I'm standing here today in solidarity with students at PXU and students everywhere. I wanted to speak about mental health and how students are the most affected. The most affected and the least likely to get help. Right now, this generation is facing a pandemic of traumatic events that heavily affect students' mental health and cause a ripple effect of events to follow. The surveillance that you have been investing in, instead of investing in students and their growth, is investing in fear. Metal detectors and policing do not build trust. They build walls between students and the adults who are supposed to support them. What truly makes schools safer are resources like counselors and safe spaces where students can express themselves. Schools should be a place where every student feels protected, valued, and free to thrive. I ask you to invest in students feeling seen and heard and not watched and feared. because each traumatic event happening is a cry for help that no one seems to hear. We need to answer those cries with compassion, real resources, and the belief that students are worth more than the constant need for surveillance. I know that we can't go back and change the past, but we can change the present to have a better future. The future begins by listening to students, trusting their voices, and giving them the care and support they deserve. So you can continue to invest in surveillance, or you can invest in students. One path builds fear, and the other builds futures. The choice you make doesn't just shape policies, it shapes lives and the future of students. As a student, I can tell you that we're not asking for perfection, we're asking to be heard, trusted, and cared for. Choose to uplift students, and you choose to build communities where safety comes from care and not fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Genesis. Next up is Carla Rango, followed by, oh God, y'all testing me. Last name is Willis, is the next one after Carla.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Carla, and I'm here tonight as a concerned member of this community to express my deep disappointment with how the issues of metal detectors have been handled in our schools. To be honest, these metal detectors are not just a waste of time, but a waste of money and resources that could be going towards things that actually make us feel safer and supported. I've seen all over social media how students across the district are sharing their frustration. There are long lines not just to get into schools, and some students are showing up early and still being marked late because of the backups. It sends the message that our time and our education aren't being respected. And now if these long lines are taking forever because of these devices are being triggered by things we're supposed to carry in schools, then what exactly are they detecting? Are they truly making us feel safer, or are they just giving the illusion of security? Safety isn't about putting up these detectors. Safety is about making students feel secure, supported, and seen. It creates an illusion that students are so-called criminals instead of students who want to thrive and have an education. This money, our district's money, could be used for counselors, mental health resources, conflict resolution training, or community building initiatives. Real solutions. We're not asking to be unsafe, we're asking to be heard. We want to feel like our voices matter when it comes to decisions that directly impact our lives. So tonight, I ask you to really reflect on what safety means in our schools. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you, Carla. Twanisha Hellis. And we're going to talk after this about your writing. Followed by Deborah Merhulu.
I'm not good at cursive.
Yeah, just print next time, baby.
But hello, good evenings, members of the board. My name is Tonisha. I'm a recent graduate of Phoenix Union District, and I came here to stand with Youth Poder. We came here today because we're deeply saddened by the recent tragedy at Maryville. We grieve with the family, friends, and community who have been impacted in just 1 week, and we lost 2 students, one to interpersonal violence and another one to incarceration. And both of these young people deserve to have a safe, healthy, and content lives. And I do want to be clear that I do believe that this tragedy should never be uphold more violence. We already know that metal detectors and police presence do not prevent harm. If they truly kept us safe, these tragedies will not keep happening. But what we see instead is students being criminalized and who are already grieving and struggling. And I believe that what students really need is not punishment, more punishment, but more care. They need counselors who will listen, therapists who will help them to heal, and mentors who will be there to help guide them. They need transformative justice programs, conflict resolution practices, and more students to join clubs and arts and sports that'll help give them a sense of belonging. They need mental health resources, not only for students, but also for parents, so that the families can also better support their children, because I believe this all starts from inside the home. Safety to me means being seen, heard, and cared for, not punished or surveilled. I agree that Maryville is not a bad place. I believe that the real issue is years of neglect and the lack of investment. Our students are not threats. They are strong, they are resilient, they're coping with loss. And our students, I believe that they are in a
Thank you, Twanisha. I still want to talk to you about the writing. All right. Let's go ahead with Deborah Merhulu, followed by Gloria Saucedo.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah. I'm part of the Glendale District, and I'm here to talk about the tragedy that happened at Maryville High School that caused us to lose a fellow student. Even though I'm not part of the PXU, it's important for me to be here in solidarity with PXU students, because all the students are impacted by safety in schools and how school district responds to the tragedies like this. Tragedy should never be used to justify more policing that we know does not work. And we're here sad and anger that the board has allowed increased police presence on our campuses in response to this incident. What we really need that will help us, for example, therapists, because this will allow students to show emotion verbally rather than physically. This allows students to feel seen, because not everyone is. For example, the incident that happened at Maryville could have simply been prevented if they had someone to talk to that would have helped them control their emotions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deborah. Next, Gloria Saucedo, followed by Karen Samuel.
Muy buenas tardes, mesa directiva.
Un momento, por favor.
Perdón.
Okay. Por oración vamos a interpretar. Okay. ¿Cuál es su nombre?
Gloria.
¿Cuál es su apellido?
Saucedo. Okay. Buenas tardes, mesa directiva. En esta tarde me encuentro aquí para decirles sobre de la situación que pasó en Maryville. Quedó muy cerquita de mi casa.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Gloria Saucedo. I'm here to discuss what occurred at Maryville High School. I am a community member and live close by.
Me sentí muy conmocionada por esa situación. Pues tengo 3 nietos que acabo de adoptar y no me gustaría que algo así me les pasara.
I feel very emotional by the situation, especially now that I have adopted 3 grandchildren.
Mi más sentido pésame para las familias que perdieron a sus 2 hijos, a la persona que está en detención y a la vida perdida de este joven.
I feel sorry for the loss of the 2 families, one who lost their child to prison and the other who lost their life.
En realidad estoy de acuerdo con todo lo que están proponiendo, que necesitamos tener más seguridad respecto a los padres y los hijos.
I am in agreement with the measures that you have taken, the security measures that you have taken with more security.
Sobre todo para que tengan terapias para padres y alumnos, hijos.
Especially in regards to mental health services, therapy for students and families.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next up is Karen Samuel, followed by Max Del Rio. Karen Samuel. All right, next up, Max Del Rio. Max Del Rio. Okay. After that'll be Francisco Jimenez.
Hello, my name is Max Del Rio. I'm here to speak to the board today regarding the recent tragedy at Maryvale High School. So the proposed solution of adding metal detectors throughout the district, I do not believe that this was is a reasonable solution to this problem. I believe what is called for is greater access to counselors, community events, and after-school programs, which would give the children more of an access to community and support that they need. The fact of the matter is, if a child is coming to school with a knife or, God forbid, any other item that would be detected by metal detector that can be used to attack another student, that child has already been failed by the adults responsible for making sure that child has what they need to succeed in their learning journey. This is all the comment I have for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Max. Francisco Jimenez, followed by Benjamin. Don't test me, Benjamin. Benjamin.
Muy buenas noches, mesa directiva. Yo nomás vengo a decirles que ya es hora de que nos pongamos a trabajar, tanto como padres, como ustedes como mesa directiva, que ustedes, sí, que manejan nuestros impuestos, no más pagarle a la policía.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Andrade. My name is Francisco Jimenez. It is time to put everything to work, to put our taxes, our tax-paying dollars to work.
No más pagarle a un agente de seguridad, que lo único que hace es ir y darle mal servicio a una escuela. Sí. Es hora de que nos pongamos a trabajar hombro con hombro, tanto como les digo, padres como ustedes de la mesa directiva, porque ni siquiera los sensores de metales han funcionado en los aeropuertos. Una escuela tampoco va a funcionar.
It's time that we put our tax-paying dollars to work in something more feasible, particularly something. It's also a call to action to all parents, all community members, to not let our tax-paying dollars go to the metal detectors that have also not functioned at airports.
Estoy triste, no se me nota, ¿verdad? Porque estoy muy molesto. Porque cuando supe de la muerte de estos dos jóvenes, de un joven y el otro está en la cárcel, uno de ellos o los dos pudieron haber sido grandes ingenieros, grandes doctores, grandes cirujanos, licenciados, ¿sí? ¿Dónde están ahorita? Uno en la cárcel, otro ya está allá arriba, ¿sí? ¿Por qué no aprovechar nuestro tiempo y nuestro dinero, nuestros impuestos para otras cosas?
I am saddened, although can you not see? Can we redirect our funds to
Perdón, creo que en nuestras escuelas de nuestros jóvenes necesitamos personal calificado, expertos, lo que es en psicología, y que les den consejería, por favor.
We need expert staff, particularly those that are qualified and have some sort of experience in psychology.
Creo que todo el personal, toda la gente que estamos aquí, estamos esperando buenos resultados, que nuestros impuestos vayan a un lugar que sí valga la pena, con gente especializada. Es todo. Gracias, muy amables.
We're all here asking that you redirect all of these funds to those resources. We're here to see results. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Next up is Benjamin. Are we going to talk about your last name? All right. And then after that is Alexia Isaias.
You guys doing today?
We're good.
My name is Ben, and I'm from the Glendale Union District High School. Well, messed that up, but we'll move on. So, me and my program, Youth with Dare, we're deeply saddened that about the death that happened at Maryville. But we also feel like this could have been prevented if we went in from the inside and fixed the issue from the inside out. By that, I mean we could invest more in mental health care, our counselors around the school, make sure the student is doing well, and they wouldn't think of doing something like that. So what I mean by that is the issue is more of a core issue that we need to go into instead of containing it. We need to fix the core instead of containing the issue. I feel like that would have been the better and easier solution to this problem that we're currently having. I don't want to take up much of your time, but thank you for your time and have a good day, man.
Thank you, Ben. All right, Alexia Isaias, followed by Susan Thomas.
Hello, my name is Alexia Isaias. I am a teacher by trade. I'm currently servicing students in the Maryville area, many which come from the Phoenix Union High School District. And I think safety goes hand in hand with, like many have said today, funding, resources, and the dignity of the leadership that has control over what happens to those resources. PXU's commitment to student safety against ICE is a great example of a correct way of utilizing leadership towards protecting the students and protecting students' interests against authorities like ICE, which are currently terrorizing our communities. The recent tragic death at Maryville High School is one that we have to continue, as many others have continued to stand here today, to oppose specifically more police presence in our schools. There was an SSO, there was officers in many instances like this where an officer is on campus and they couldn't stop the problem, they didn't stop the problem, in the same way we see like tragedies at Uvalde, Texas. I think that the community has done a great job coming together today to oppose those who are continuing to attack our communities, those who are attacking and scapegoating things like DEI, CRT, and that even includes the unjust attempt to take away the land acknowledgement from meetings like this. That is not the problem. The problem is board members who are continuously using their influence to try and peddle their own right-wing values. And this is something that, again, the students have come together, and that person is frankly outnumbered, in my opinion. Supporting our public schools as they are failing, shutting down. Now it's Kyrene, PVUSD, one of my own schools that I worked at was shut down. I was out of a position. Roosevelt School District, 4 or 5 schools shut down. Isaac School District, 4 or 5 schools shut down. This is the real problem. The real problem is that.
Thank you, Alexia. Susan Thomas, followed by Jordan Napier.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to address item 10K, which is the funding of let's see, what was it? The leftist group and the highly partisan Chicanos por la Casa to pursue a woke agenda with taxpayer funds. I would hasten to say I would have the same objection were a right-wing political organization doing this kind of thing. The mission for a school board and a school district should be academic and educational, not indoctrination. I've lived here in a Phoenix Union School District area for 30 years, and I've watched during that time my neighbors, and I'm a precinct committeeman, so I know my neighborhood real well. I've watched kids from walking to school. I'm walking distance to Phoenix High School, watching them walk to school, to now getting into cars and going 7.5 miles to go to a school district, the school that's outside Phoenix Union in Glendale, because they are being taught the skills and the academics there that will help them thrive and compete in today's economy. And that's almost without exception in my neighborhood. the people going to that school are from outside neighborhoods. If we continue this kind of thing, we're going to watch as enrollment continues to go off a cliff. We're going to become like Los Angeles or Chicago, and if that's your objective, then it's doing very well. The blindfold has been ripped off, and I'm sorry, but you're not getting people equipped to really compete in the real world. You're just making them feel better about failing. I know this is not a popular opinion, but it's the real.
Thank you, Susan. Jordan Napier, followed by Leandra Maris.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Napier, and I'm going to speak on the recent tragedy in Maryville High School. The tragedy that is seen in Maryville High School is one that is all too common in America as a whole, but specifically in low-income and underfunded districts and neighborhoods. And this is exactly the problem. Throwing more funding towards police and metal detectors has never been a solution. It hasn't been a solution, a solution that actually provides good results. It is an occupying force, not only in our schools, but in these same neighborhoods that are low income. These same police officers are also occupying forces. The same government and the same governmental structure that is trying currently to take away basic things, basic necessities in our culture like land acknowledgements, basic agendas that are trying to be taken away from our community. And as each and every person has come up here today, mothers, there is diversity, there is mothers, there is fathers, there are working people here who come straight to speak for their community, for their children. And if we're going to come and speak for our community, we need real solutions. Adding metal detectors and treating our students like criminals for simply existing in a low-income neighborhood is not a solution. Taking away land acknowledgements is not a solution. We need to actually have respect for our students and our communities. Without that, we get nowhere. Any solution that is not respecting our students and respecting our communities is not a real solution. So I urge each and every board member to please provide real solutions like not allowing ICE on our campuses, which is what you have done before, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Leandra Maris, followed by Yolanda Barrera.
Good evening. My name is Leandra Maris, and I would like to speak on the motion to remove the land acknowledgement. Yat Leandra Maris Yanishia, but on Inishla, Nathana Bushes Change, what ini Dashiche, Nathana Deshanella, Shama Doshaja, Susie Dol Harold Maris Yanishia. Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, PXU governing board members, staff and guests. My name is Leandra Maris. I'm a proud member from the Dene Nation and also the Choctaw Nation, both from Red Mesa, Utah, and also Durwood, Oklahoma. The motion to remove the land acknowledgement from the Phoenix Union High School District is truly infuriating and disappointing, as the primary purpose is to not only educate and inform all PXU stakeholders of the original inhabitants of this land that PXU resides on, but to also serve as a reminder to the commitment to PXU Native students and families. This motion is a step backwards, as it is disrespectful to the Huhugam, ancestors of the Akama Atam, Ankh Akama Atam, Dana Atam, and Akchin communities, and to the Native American community as a whole. I do not support this motion. Thank you for your time and attention. Ahiyahat.
Thank you, Leandra. Yolanda Barrera, followed by Cindy Reich.
Noches. Mi nombre es Yolanda Barrera. Estamos profundamente entristecidos por la tragedia en Maribel. Lamentamos lo sucedido junto a las familias. Solo quiero comentar que policía no es seguridad y que escuchen, que nos ayuden a sanar. Necesitamos psicólogos necesitamos psicólogos y necesitamos también consejeros que nos ayuden a sanar y psicólogos para los padres, para los alumnos, porque sí he notado muchos muchachos que sí necesitan ayuda, porque son siempre callados y yo pienso que a un psicólogo le podrían decir lo que sienten, lo que les pasa, y que a uno, porque a veces no le tienen confianza ni a los padres, pero con un psicólogo o o una persona profesional pues que les ayude, podrían mejorar esto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Barrera. We are very saddened and very emotional by the tragedy that happened at Maryvale. We are very sorry of what happened to those families as well. I would like to comment on the policing on our campuses. Policing is not security or not safety for our children. Our children need counselors and psychologists that would hear them, that would help them heal, that would help heal families. We need a better resolution for these conflicts. We need better resources. And those are the trusted professionals for that. We need those resources for not just students, but also families. We need those trusted professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Cindy Reich, followed by Jennifer White.
Buenas noches. Good evening. And Madam President Napa and Superintendent Andrade, my name is Cindy Reich, and I'm going to speak on the item 10K for the approval of the MOU for Chicanos por la Causa. And I would like to clarify a little bit prior to arriving. I heard President Napa mention a concern for SROs not providing the full, taking care of mental health for the students, and I do believe that students need support. But I wanted to clarify exactly how the SRO program works. The state of Arizona funds school resource officer SRO programs primarily funds through state funded. It's called the SSP, the School Safety Program. This is a state funded grant that supports the cost of placing SROs and other safety personnel on campus. Districts can apply for the grants, which are 3-year cycles to cover the costs, the SROs, counselors, and social workers. Schools submit proposals outlining their safety needs, which you guys can do, and plans for implementing safety personnel and related educational programs, which is being echoed by the community here. Funding supports the overall goal of creating safe and effective learning environments. I asked the staff and teachers to question why some members of this board are declining an SRO vote or even putting it on the agenda. Also, which is not paid for by the district, by the way, but are voting in favor tonight for a contract which does not cover really your own safety needs directly. Some here would say that an SRO couldn't have stopped what happened to Mr. Montoya.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer White, followed by Teresa Arvizu.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer White. I am Haudenosaunee, Onondaga, Iroquois Confederacy, Seneca Nation. I'm here this evening to share with you the importance of Phoenix Union's land acknowledgement, the visibility it brings to Native people, as well as the connection it provides for our Native students. My Uncle Gary is a survivor of the Thomas Indian School, and my father is a survivor of foster care before the Indian Child Welfare Act. The goal of this country was to erase their cultures. Phoenix Union is not willing to participate in the erasure of Native people. Land acknowledgements became more common in the United States in the early 2020s, with the purpose being a recognition of Indigenous people as the original stewards of the land, as well as to build relationships with Indigenous communities, people, and students. One of the common criticisms of land acknowledgements is that they can be performative in nature. I am proud to work in a school district where our land acknowledgement is action-based. Phoenix Union is committed to connection and action. Our Native American education program serves to help Native students through connection. Native students have the lowest graduation rate amongst all of major ethnicities in the United States, and one of the NAEP goals is to get our Native students across the graduation stage. The Phoenix Union Land Acknowledgement started being read at board meetings in November of 2022. The land acknowledgement was written by a committee of Native and non-Native people, and the first time the acknowledgement was read, it was done with great pride and celebration. Phoenix Union's land acknowledgement is important and provides our Native staff, students, and community with the knowledge that we are seen, valued, and respected. It is rooted in connection. Connection is rooted in love and respect for people, and people above all else need connection. The cycle goes on. Nyayawe, I am grateful.
Thank you, Jennifer. Therese Arvizu, followed by Raquel Enrique.
Biali, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time this evening. Notoka Therese Arvizu. I am Mexica Escaloteca. As an Indigenous person to this continent, I would like to affirm the land acknowledgement should remain. As the land acknowledgement was initiated into our district, I was witness to a student who participated in the support of the land acknowledgement in creating a video, and I saw pride in seeing their culture represented in their school district. It was this student who shared with me her work on this. I have used this as my personal lesson and as an educational tool for other students who also feel pride of their land and culture. I believe, this I believe is little, but a big example of what the land acknowledgement does for our students. It offers an opportunity to make connections to their educational system while representing community. Eliminating the current land acknowledgement is not a gesture of goodwill. It is a clear act of intimidation to instill confusion, fear, and the erasure of representation of Indigenous peoples from our school district. As no single act such as a land acknowledgement or a program or a class is all that should be done to serve our Indigenous community, any one positive act which leads to true acknowledgement of the people this district serves and is effective should remain to stand. Again, the elimination of the land acknowledgement goes against the rights of Indigenous peoples to see themselves represented in the educational system in which they participate and support. As a member of the community, I stand with the continued use of the land acknowledgement as it fosters connection of students to school. Tlasukumati. Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. Next is Raquel Enrique, followed by Rafael Reyes.
Kwali Yoali, Notoka Raquel Enrique, Tehuantita Machtiani Alhambra. When students, especially those of Indigenous descent, see their history and identity respected, they feel valued rather than invincible. Research shows that students who feel represented experience higher academic and social engagement, fewer conflict, and stronger relationships within their educational journey. Students who have a sense of belonging are less likely to act out with aggression and instead tend to be more likely to resolve conflict peacefully. So the question lies in what avenues we as educators can provide to ensure that each of our students across PXU have an opportunity to understand who they are and the relationship that they have with one another to continue to grow into the best version of themselves. Part of what we can offer is in providing them with information and tools that foster a sense of belonging and community. The land acknowledgement is a catalytic component in the foundation for understanding what community is. It reminds us all that the ground we walk on carries a history, and that history connects us not just to Indigenous nations, but to the wider human story. It helps us see our place in our community and our responsibility to the land and each other. In this way, the land acknowledgement is more than just words. It is an opportunity for our students and all of PXU community to grow into thoughtful, connected, and responsible members of both our community and the world. Namich Tlazoca Machilia.
Thank you, Raquel. Next is Rafael Reyes, followed by Javik Sik. Doing this.
Wali Wali Notoka Rafael Reyes Herrera, Temastiani North, Azteca, Escaloteca, Tepehuano. Good greetings. My name is Rafael Reyes Herrera. I'm a teacher at North High School. I am Azteca, Escaloteca, Tepehuano. I'd like to address the land acknowledgement, in support of it. I'd like to attempt to put it in a global perspective, because examples like the land acknowledgement is one of many examples that has happened historically for over 100 years at the global level. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted by the United Nations on September 13, 2007, emphasizes the rights of indigenous peoples to maintain and strengthen their own institutions, cultures, and traditions, and to pursue their development in keeping with their own needs and aspirations. It prohibits discrimination against indigenous peoples and promotes their full and effective participation in all matters that concern them, and their right to remain distinct and to pursue their own visions of economic and social development. The goal of the declaration is to encourage countries and their respective institutions to work alongside indigenous peoples to solve global issues. The declaration codifies indigenous historical grievances, contemporary challenges, and socioeconomic, political, and cultural aspirations, and is the culmination of generations-long efforts by indigenous organizations to get international attention, to secure recognition for their aspirations, and to generate support for their political agendas. I'd like to specifically single out Article 15 of the Declaration that says indigenous peoples have the right to their dignity and diversity of their cultures, traditions, and histories and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in education and public information. I'd like to finish by acknowledging not just the land acknowledgement, but the ancestors of this territory in our own traditional ways.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Javik Siki, followed by Laura Rodriguez. Javik Siki. All right, Laura Rodriguez, followed by Cheryl Rosado.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Laura Rodríguez. Me siento tristemente por todo lo que ha pasado, lo que ha estado sucediendo en estos tiempos, y ya lo hemos vivido tipo antes todo esto, ¿verdad? Entonces he pensado mucho y realmente me ha puesto a pensar y a reflexionar qué cambiaría o qué podría hacer para tener que nuestros adolescentes sean exitosos, y me doy cuenta que más policías no sería la respuesta. Y cualquier tipo de problemática para mí sería la opción saber cómo se encuentran nuestros adolescentes emocionalmente, porque si sabemos cómo se encuentran, no habría conflictos en las escuelas. Y otra de las razones es que necesitamos mentores que los sepan guiar a ellos. Entonces he estado pensando mucho y yo creo, ¿qué pasaría? La pregunta es para todos nosotros concientizar. ¿Qué pasaría si trabajáramos los padres, los maestros y un psicólogo? ¿Qué pasaría? Porque realmente la gente dice que un psicólogo es muy costoso, pero nuestros impuestos yo pienso que los valdría.
Good evening. My name is Laura. I, as a mother, I feel very saddened for everything that has occurred. And I think that one thing that would change for our youth to be successful would be not to have, or I've noticed that not having police is not necessary in our schools. And one of our good options, or our best options, would be to invest in mental health resources, particularly in psychologists, therapists, or counseling.
Entonces, ese es algo personal, ¿verdad? Que yo he pensado mucho en esto. ¿Qué pasaría si trabajáramos los padres, los maestros y un psicólogo? ¿Qué pasaría? ¿Cuál fuera nuestro mundo?
What would happen if all of us worked together, all parents, staff, family, community members, to help our youth, particularly focusing on mental health services?
Ahora el recurso sería de todo ese dinero que recibió la policía este año, nosotros lo invirtiéramos en más consejería y más psicólogos en las escuelas. ¿Qué pasaría?
What would happen if we invested all our tax-paying funds into mental health resources that would help our students and our community?
Pienso yo que como padres tenemos la responsabilidad de estar siempre. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. You as well. Cheryl Rosado, Santino Gambu. Cheryl Rosado. Next up is Santino Gambu. Followed by Gustavo Villaplando.
Good evening, board members, and it's Santino Gamboa.
Okay, we're gonna talk about your writing.
I know,
later, too.
I know, I
All
know.
right,
It's horrible.
okay.
I'm so
As long as we
sorry.
know.
Good evening, board members. My name is Santino Gamboa. I am a Franklin Police and Fire High School alumni, and I'm here to speak regarding the Advanced Weapon Detection System. I am here to ask to hear not only me, but all the voices you will hear tonight. It is time to put an end to these metal detectors. They are creating fear within our schools. And for Phoenix Union to spend all of this money on these metal detectors just for them not to work is ridiculous. It's time to ditch the detectors and put the fear to rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Santino. Gustavo, followed by Sierra Lopez.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Gustavo Villapando. I come to you as a community member, and I was going to come up and kind of say a lot of the same things that the community has already said, but rather I would just like to say I hope that the board recognizes that your community has shown out. School board meetings usually aren't this, full. There usually isn't this many people at them. And so I do hope that the board recognizes that your community is here asking for your help, asking for changes in the system that is currently in place, because it is obviously not working. More police is not the answer. More surveillance is not the answer. These kids need opportunity. They need clubs. They need help. So I just hope that the board, listens and takes note of what your community is saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Sierra Lopez, followed by Monica Barrientos.
Hello, my name is Sierra Lopez. I'm speaking regarding the Advanced Weapon Detection System. I'd like to start off by saying that schools can't control how a family raises their child or what their child is exposed to, but we can't continue to be naive to the increasingly bad habits that young children are learning. When I looked at your website, I seen that respect for self and others is one of your 3 focuses. I feel that not only have you failed this focus, but you have failed many communities that attend your schools. Recently, you've installed metal detectors, yet this didn't prevent a senseless, permanent, and violent act that occurred at Maryville High School. Kids should be taught how to manage emotions at a young age instead of just putting metal detectors and assuming all problems are resolved. Mental health, guidance, and student wellness is what millions of dollars should be spent on, not metal detectors that make school feel like a prison and still fail to make schools safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sierra. Monica Barrientos, followed by Patricia Santiago.
Hello, PXU board. My name is Monica, and I'm here as a community member and as an older sister. For context, my little brother is very tall, large, loud, and dark-skinned. Since he hit puberty, I have lived in fear that he might one day be profiled and criminalized. Not just out in the world, but in the place he's supposed to be safe outside of home, which is the school. I'm here because I'm worried that this school board will use the tragedy that happened here as an excuse to further criminalize our youth. We know that more police, metal detectors, and surveillance will not stop violence from happening. Additionally, these things funnel our youth into the school-to-prison pipeline. We need you to pave the way for smart spending of the school's budget. Focus on healing and wellness. Invest in things like youth programs, mental health resources, more counselors and therapists. Those are the things that actually address root causes and will help prevent violence. Lastly, I want to extend my condolences to both families. They both deserve support as they have both lost a loved one to violence and the other to the carceral system. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Patricia Santiago, followed by Ben Laughlin.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Patricia. Soy madre de estudiantes. Estoy aquí hoy porque nuestra comunidad Maryville está de luto. Como madre de familia es desgarrador y preocupante saber que nuestros hijos no siempre se sienten seguros en las escuelas. Estas tragedias nos muestran que se debe hacer más que prevenir, para prevenir la violencia antes de que ocurra. La seguridad no siempre significa reaccionar después de un incidente, sino también crear un ambiente donde los conflictos no lleguen a ese punto de escalarse. Les pido respetuosamente que den prioridad a la prevención, invirtiendo en más consejeros, recursos de salud mental, mediación entre compañeros, programas después de clases y capacitación para el personal de cómo actuar en el momento para que no se escale el problema. Nuestros hijos necesitan espacios positivos, adultos de confianza a quien acudir cuando hay esos problemas y herramientas para resolver conflictos de manera pacífica sin llegar a lo que pasó en Maryville. Como padres queremos trabajar junto con el distrito para que Maryville sea un lugar seguro, no solo en el distrito de Phoenix Union, sino también en todos, porque nos va a servir como ejemplo. Y ojalá y puedan centrarse los estudiantes en aprender, crecer y construir un futuro mejor. Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Patricia, and I am the mother of a few students. I am here today because our community is hurting. As a parent, it is heartbreaking and frightening to know that our children do not always feel safe at school. These tragedies show us that more must be done to prevent violence before it happens. Safety should not only mean reacting after an incident, but also creating an environment where conflicts don't escalate in the first place. I urge the board to prioritize prevention by investing in more counselors, mental health resources, peer mediation, after-school programs, and staff training. Our children need positive outlets, trusted adults to turn to, and the tools to resolve conflicts peacefully. Parents like myself want to work alongside the district to make the school a safe place where students can focus on learning, growing, and building a better future. Thank you for your time and for putting your students' well-being first.
Thank you, Patricia. Next is Ben Laughlin. And after that, Yanli Duran. Yanli.
Hi. My name is Ben Laughlin, and my stepdaughter is a sophomore at Central. I'm here today because I was heartbroken to hear about the student who was killed at Maryville. I'm deeply saddened for his family, for the students and staff at Maryville, and for all the other youth that are going to school scared for their lives every day. I'm also heartbroken for the student who committed the violence and his family. That youth's future is destroyed, and that's heartbreaking. It leaves me wondering what needed to be different for both these youth to be alive and well today. The good news is that a lot of the youth here have made it clear. They need more mental health support, more support for their parents, skills in conflict resolution, and more free and low-cost youth programs. PXU has made some of these investments, but these things need to be deeply embedded in the culture of the school district and not a side project. As a parent, I desperately need you all to stop putting all of your school safety eggs in the baskets of surveillance, punishment, and things that create the illusion of safety. I need my student, her classmates, and her teachers to actually be safer, not just feel safer. Students are not the root of the problem here. Divestment is the problem. As the board, it's not your fault that state-level elected officials have been making decisions for years that undermine the school district, teachers, staff, and students, but it's your responsibility to recognize when something isn't working. Surveillance, policing, and a culture of punishment clearly isn't working, and it's time to try something new. And the school safety report that someone referred to earlier is a really great place to start, along with all of the comments that we've been hearing from youth all night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Yanli Duran. Yanli. Yanli. Trying every way I know how to say it. Nope. All right. Keno Reed, followed by Lenan Yazi.
Good evening. Ariana Chugit Keno Reed. I'm here to speak of the land acknowledgement. As we read earlier, a statement includes recognition of the people that I am from. I'm both Akimo O'odham and Tohono O'odham. I'm also a former North High student. I also remember the Native American Club, which was a bunch of small group of students just trying to find their identity and just figure out how to also be successful for themselves and be represented within the schools. So I believe the key wording. So I've been an educator for many years, and most of my education experience has been teaching O'odham culture and language. So the significance of the land acknowledgement holds a lot of weight. However, I feel like the key wording is reparations through truth-telling. And so to deny the commitment to truth-telling of Indigenous students is very damaging in many, many ways. And we're in a time when truth is being challenged on a local and nationwide level. Political motivations are influencing school board decisions everywhere. And I don't know the motivations for this particular discussion, but the only thing I can imagine is I do recognize that there's modern patterns within decision makers to take from marginalized people, which unfortunately leads to opportunities for those willing to take from their own. So I hope that the board's non-action to second the motion to table the land acknowledgement earlier was a positive demonstration of the board's commitment to your Indigenous students and the community. So the land acknowledgement is not religion, but a commitment to truth. Taikoke.
Thank you, Keno. Lynn Ann Yazi, followed by Kelsey Franklin.
Hayat Shaylin and Yazin is yet to a headline in the shadow, my dish giving Bashashin, Kanazani Deshado, Kiani Deshanella. Hi, Board President Napa. Superintendent Andrade and board members. It's so great to be back here at PXU. I am speaking as a private citizen and former employee of the Phoenix Union High School District. And coming back into the district office has been really great, being able to see familiar faces and saying hi again, and I really do need to come back more often. I was here for 3 years, just through COVID and just after. And so I just really, I am here to address also the land acknowledgement, which is conversations that I started as a former Native American specialist for the district. I also oversaw the Native American education program and saw the amazing potential and appreciate the support of not only the governing board, but the superintendent, you know, in moving forward all of the, and raising up the voices of our Indigenous students. But also along with that is just raising up the voice of all of our diverse students and celebrating that. And I think that's the greatest thing. I know that the theme, and I still see it coming in here, is this is who we are. And so as a board, you know, I think that's holding you all to that and understanding that who these community members are is important. You've heard them speak, and I hope that you listen, and I have the confidence that you will uphold the values that I know existed when I was in Phoenix Union. And so part of that, I just quickly in closing want to share a little bit about a bit about culture with you. We have something in a lot of our stories called a coyote who's known as the trickster. And the idea of the trickster is that they teach moral lessons. And the coyote often acts greedy, arrogant, careless, and foolish. His mistakes highlight the consequences of bad choices.
Thank you, Lynn Ann. Kelsey Franklin, followed by Reverend Christine Dance.
Good evening, Superintendent Andrade, President Napa, and esteemed members of the governing board. I come here this evening to speak in relation to item number 7, the land acknowledgement. I am originally from Shiprock, New Mexico. I am Diné, and my work in this district expands over 10 years as a student teacher, Native American Youth Council sponsor, and more recently as the PXU Native American Program Specialist. Briefly to touch upon the motion to remove the land acknowledgement, I deem it unacceptable, ignorant, and completely dismissive of not only the original caretakers of this land, but to also our current PXU Native students and families. The fact that the motion to postpone or table the PXU land acknowledgement at the beginning of this meeting speaks volumes, and the effort to remove it does not reflect the collective beliefs of PXU as a district, not just the leadership and expanding outward, but expanding outward to the community, as we are joined by those individuals here tonight. There have been countless efforts to erase, eradicate, and assimilate our people, and such is an example. I encourage you to take a step back and examine this motion as it is being done in similar fashion to historical examples. We are still here despite those attempts to eliminate us, and as you can see, this motion is not supported by us. The PXU land acknowledgement was adopted right here in this room in November of 2022, and it should not be erased here. If your attire shows any hint of appreciation for Native culture or heritage, I encourage you to expand that appreciation, value, and acknowledgement to our PXU Native American students and families. Simply put, you cannot love the culture without loving its people. Yeah.
Thank you, Kelsey. Reverend Christine Dance, followed up by Lance Long.
Good evening, board members. I am sure you are tired by now, and I just want to appreciate all of the time that you're taking to hear from your folks. My name is Reverend Christine Dance. I'm here to speak about the land acknowledgement statement. I am the senior minister of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Phoenix. As a member of the professional clergy, with someone who's got a master's degree in divinity, and as someone with over a decade of religious service and as someone who serves as the senior minister of the largest Unitarian Universalist congregation in Arizona, I am here to say that the land acknowledgement is not a religious statement. It does not go against the separation between church and state. I had the pleasure of researching the process that the school board went through in creating this acknowledgement and live into it, and I'm proud to affirm it. I am not here to speak to the meaning and importance of this statement. I don't need to because of the courage and passion of all of these people. I urge you to listen to the indigenous voices that have spoken before me. I am here just as a religious professional to repeat this is not a religious statement. It is a statement about a fact about the land that we are on, and it does nothing but affirm and support Indigenous students in this district. It does nothing to take away anything else from any other student. It is an affirmation that is long, long overdue. The justification of removing it on religious grounds is just wrong. The issue should be dropped for that reason alone, but yet it is so much more than the statement. There is nothing religious about it.
Thank you, Reverend Dance. Lance Long. Huh? Okay. Jacqueline is really trying to test my, it's like 15 letters, babe. What is that? Do it again? Give it up here and tell me what it is.
It's Uwiringiman.
Beautiful.
Okay, so restating that. Hi, my name is Jacqueline Uwiringimana. I am speaking as a past student and someone who knows current students in the Phoenix Union High School District. The safety of our students lies in our hands. School is supposed to be a place to feel safe. You should not fear anything that goes on. Metal detectors only do so much, and they can't always be accurate. So much goes on in the school day. Not everything will be seen. Students are being more policed than they are being helped. Security only acts when things have gone too far or to be beyond a point of return, never right away. Instead of getting more security and police, get more social workers. Let students know that they are supported. But not just that, we need to stop treating students like they are criminals. Instead of treating them like criminals, treat them like members of society. Treat them like people. Create more after-school programs and give more school support. Everyone who has talked about it has brought up multiple points. We need to acknowledge our students instead of erasing them. Hearing them and not just hearing them, acting on what they've said. Listen to the staff who are responsible for our safety. The community has come here today and they have all shared. Listen to them and talk to them more because we are protecting ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. One more time. Let me hear the last name.
Which means believer of God.
Thank you. Beautiful. All right, Deontez Wembley, followed by Elena Perez.
Greetings. Greetings, everyone. To the Phoenix Board and President and Superintendent and all who are gathered. My name is the Reverend Deontez Wembley. I am a City of Phoenix resident, and I pastor Crossroads United Methodist Church, located down the street at 7901 North Central Avenue. Allow me to also offer my prayers and condolences to the Maryville community. My ultimate prayer is that prayer will turn into policy. But speaking of prayer, I'm here today because my colleague, Reverend Dance, said that a rumor was spreading through the grapevine that Phoenix School Board meetings had turned into religious prayer meetings. Well, as a preacher, I most certainly didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to attend a public-sponsored prayer gathering. I was happy that the land acknowledgement wasn't tabled because I was super excited to hear the prayer. I closed my eyes, I bowed my head, and you can't imagine my disappointment when the acknowledgement was read and I realized not a single line of it was a prayer. I wasn't even given an opportunity to say amen. Listen, prayer requires intention. And from what I have learned and what has been shared, the land acknowledgement was never intended to be directed at God. It was intended to be directed at us. Thus, as a religious leader, I unequivocally state that the land acknowledgement does not in any way infringe on religious freedoms or threaten someone's sincerely held faith. Period. Full stop. Friends, truth is not infringement. Truth is freedom. We should not treat history like a monster. We should treat history like our mother. Whether our relationship is complicated or celebratory, our mother is still our mother, and history is still history. God bless.
Thank you, Reverend Wembley. And our last and final person for the night, Elena Perez. Come on down. You are the last contestant.
Thank you. I'll be short and sweet then. My name's Elena Perez. I am a resident of Phoenix. I have a kiddo who attends the academies at South Mountain. I'm also native of northern New Mexico from Picaris Pueblo. And I just wanted to say briefly that it feels like nowadays that truth-telling can be controversial, but it's also revolutionary. And public schools should not be afraid to tell the truth. The land acknowledgement simply names the reality of where we are and who came before. And it doesn't tell anybody what to believe. It just reminds us to remember. And I mean, you've heard from some amazing speakers tonight, and I would just ask that you ruminate and make your best decision. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. All right, I spoke too soon. Online, we have Candace Ramsey. Candace, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Candace Ramsey. I would like to echo the call for healing I've heard others speak on this evening as it relates to the PXU land acknowledgement statement. Yate Candace Ramsey Yinshia, Sanjikin and Shle, the Bethlejena Bashichin, Punagahi Dashiche, Kiani Dashinale, Akut Ego, the Nastanchne. Hello, my name is Candace Ramsey. I'm of the Honeycomb Rock people, born for the Black Sheep people. My maternal grandfathers are the One Who Walks Around clan. My paternal grandfathers are the Towering House clan. Our children are paying attention, not only to what we say, but to what we choose to honor. In this moment, we have an opportunity to model the values of truth, respect, and inclusion. Before there was a Phoenix Union School District, there was a Phoenix Indian School, built not very far from where we are gathered. Let us not forget that for nearly 100 years, the Phoenix Indian School operated as a federal boarding school. Thousands of Native children from tribes across Arizona and the Southwest were taken from their families and brought there with one purpose: to strip away their language, cultures, and identities. At the Phoenix Indian School, children were forbidden to speak their native languages. Their hair was cut, their clothing replaced, their ceremonies banned. Tragically, some never made it home. It was called the school, but for many it became a place of trauma, neglect, and separation. The land acknowledgement that this board adopted in 2022 is not a small gesture. It was proposed by students, parents, and community members who wanted our schools to better reflect the truth of where we live and who we are. It was a meaningful step toward respect and inclusion. For Native students and families, hearing that acknowledgement affirms that their identity matters.
Thank you, Candace. On behalf of the board, that concludes tonight's call to the public. Thank you to everyone that spoke. Back to you.
Thank you. I
President
just
Napa.
wanted, No, hold on. I just want to take a point of privilege to acknowledge Governor Stephen Rowe of the Gila River Indian community. He helped create the land acknowledgement. I know he took some special efforts to be here tonight, traveling, and really appreciate that. And I also want to extend an offer to make a statement if you want to do so.
Thank you so much. Skughoodnet, Anya Anupchuk, Governor Stephen Rowe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community. It's an honor to be before you, Superintendent and board members and leadership here. You know, as a leader, you know, my heart and my prayers and my goodwill goes out to each and every one of you because of all of the issues that you are having to deal with in such an unprecedented time. Important issues have to be decided. Now, what I want to say as well is my prayers go out to the Maryville school community for their loss as well. And again, what I want to refocus on now is the land acknowledgement. You know, the land acknowledgement is not just a piece of paper and words. It's a commitment. As representative of the Gila River Indian community, what we call our Atam Juvid, our sacred land, is below this building, below all of the land of all of the metropolitan Phoenix and the schools. Our Ho'ogam, our ancestors, built and constructed canal systems and sacred sites and a civilization and lived here since time immemorial. And this land acknowledgement is a pathway, and we heard, and I'm not going to, you know, to reiterate, because the students and the staff here were so articulate that I can't do justice to what they shared with you. And what I'm going to say is, you, as the Phoenix Unified School District, you have a gift here. You have students with unlimited potential and staff and educators that are so dedicated to all of the community, the academic community that the Phoenix Union School sits upon the land and the history. The religious side, but the spirituality, because
I'm sorry, your time is up. Okay. I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Governor Lewis. Board Member Meyer, I believe I saw your light, and then Board Member Kota.
I wanted clarification on if we can comment now on respond to public comment.
Probably not. If it's about something that's on the agenda, the land acknowledgement, the discussion can take place then. You can ask for the superintendent to look into a matter or to place a matter on the agenda. If it's not already on the agenda. If it is, then when we get to that agenda item, then you can have a discussion.
Okay, thank you. That is all.
Board Member Kota, then Board Member Cross.
Madam President, I just want to acknowledge, actually at the same acknowledge Governor Lewis here as well from Gila River Indian Community. Thank you. Just briefly, because I know I was definitely some of those comments. I believe I was named as a Ward 1 board member, one of those comments. But I do want to say, this land acknowledgement thing here, I have heard the concerns. I actually have very serious concerns.
Member Kota, can we discuss it at the agenda item?
Okay, so can I make a motion then?
No.
Okay.
We can discuss it at the agenda item, okay? Thank you.
Board Member Cross.
Thank you. I would like to have our lovely superintendent look more into the grade book. I've heard so much about this. And see if it is evaluated and its efficiency. I know you're already looking into retraining, but I definitely want to look at evaluate the effectiveness of this grade book system. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, that concludes our public comment. I would like to make a motion to move item 7A up so that the land acknowledgement discussion occurs next before item 5A.
Second.
Approved. Thank you. A motion to move item 7A to occur next has been made by myself and seconded by Representative Marquez. Is there any discussion? Board Member Cross? Thank you. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Can we note that Board Member Koja abstains? The motion carries. We will take a 10-minute break. Guests, just a quick reminder during breaks as a safety protocol, please refrain from approaching the dais. Thank you for your cooperation and thank you for your patience during this time.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star. PXU spotlight, this is who we are.
Well, hello, welcome. Let's kick it off. Why don't you tell us your name, how long you've been in the district, what you do in the district, and what it is that made you choose Phoenix Union.
Yeah, so my name's Yuli. I'm the current principal of Bioscience High School. I've been in the district now for about 11 years. Honestly, it's kind of like my second home. When I step into Phoenix Union communities, every single person reminds me of somebody from my own experience, somebody from my culture, somebody from my family. So for me, there really is no other place like Phoenix Union. It kind of just feels like home. So that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. I love that. All right, so during your time as an assistant principal, you led efforts around school culture and climate. What strategies did you find most effective in building a positive environment, and how do you see those strategies scaling across the district to other schools?
Right on. So we had about 240 staff members, give or take, and I think one thing that I realized was it was never just going to be me that shifted the climate and the culture of our community. And I really had to leverage the capacity of every single member of our community. And it started with building relationships, getting to know people, getting to know their strengths, and understanding that every single one of them had something to offer. And with our collective direction, we aligned to hopefully create a better climate and better culture for our kiddos, for all of our kiddos, using every single person in our community.
Boots on ground,
Yes.
right? All right, well, safety is foundational to learning. How do you approach, well, what is your approach to school safety, and how has it evolved over time? What practices do you believe are essential in creating safe and supportive campuses?
I always kind of use examples with staff members and honestly anybody that I talk to outside of education. I remember a time where I went to a professional development, completely different city, and I decided to walk there. And as I was walking, I heard gunshots, I heard people screaming. Within, it felt like seconds, I felt just the whiplash of police cars going through, and in that moment I froze, I panicked, I ran, I made it to the professional development, and all I could think of that day was not what I was going to be learning, how excited I was to be in that place, but just the trauma that I had experienced. And so I always tell our staff members, our community members is, for kids to learn, for kids to be ready to learn, they need to feel safe. They need to feel welcomed, inspired, seen, valued. And so I always lead with examples that really center adults in real world scenarios to hopefully connect with students on a different level and the importance of safety.
Perfect. Now that you're leading Bioscience High School, how are you applying those past administrative experiences to shape the vision for your school? And what lessons might other school leaders take from your transformation?
That's a good question. I think when I got to Chavez, I realized that school had been there for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
When I got to Bioscience, that school has been there for 17 years.
Sure.
And it's not just because it's a great building. It's because there have been people there for 17 years and 25 years that have developed and grown that program. And so one thing that I always keep in mind is that there are people that have been doing the work before you, and there are people that will continue to do the work well after you're gone. And it's a point to leverage the capacity to build relationships and to collectively grow our community towards a positive direction.
So speaking of that, bioscience has a very unique identity. Very proud of it. But talk about the excitement for upcoming school year at Bio and maybe what you see on the horizon when it comes to innovation on your campus.
That's a good question. I'll start off by saying this. Bioscience is unique. Bioscience is also Phoenix Union School. It represents the great diversity, creativity, and innovation that our greater community has to offer. One thing I will say with bioscience that kind of occurs at any other comprehensive school is you have so many great things, and sometimes you miss an opportunity to showcase the work. Sometimes you miss an opportunity to highlight the incredible things that are going on. And so one of the things that I'm really excited for this school year is to make sure that we show not just our families at Bioscience, but to really show this incredible community in Phoenix, in Arizona, and hopefully across the US of the incredible things that we're doing. Because that tends to, when people hear about things like that from all walks of life from across the country, that tends to really draw in some great partnerships and opportunities for our kiddos.
Outstanding. I look forward to that and helping you with that. Yeah. As Administrator of the Year, what message would you share with our aspiring school leaders about the role of administrators in shaping not just schools, but the future of public education in our district?
I would say one piece of advice that I would give is just, get humbled. And sometimes it's very difficult. Getting humbled is a skill, but that is the one thing that will really center you and ground you in the work, and that is the one thing that will really rally your community around you. Because when they feel valued, they feel heard, they feel seen, they feel like their input matters, remove yourself and your ego from that situation, and you'll realize that you'll come up with the most innovative and relevant solutions to move a community forward.
Yeah, no school administrator has ever operated in isolation successfully anyway. So great advice, great advice. Well, thank you for being here with us today, and congratulations on Administrator of the Year for the entire district. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
PXU spotlight, this is who we are. Shine like the future, brighter by the star. PXU spotlight, this is who we are.
Well, hello, welcome. Let's kick it off. Why don't you tell us your name, how long you've been in the district, what you do in the district, and what it is that made you choose Phoenix Union.
Yeah, so my name's Yuli. I'm the current principal of Bioscience High School. I've been in the district now for about 11 years. Honestly, it's kind of like my second home. When I step into Phoenix Union communities, every single person reminds me of somebody from my own experience, somebody from my culture, somebody from my family. So for me, there really is no other place like Phoenix Union. It kind of just feels like home. So that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. I love that. All right. So during your time as an assistant principal, you led efforts around school culture and climate. What strategies did you find most effective in building a positive environment, and how do you see those strategies scaling across the district to other schools?
Right on. So we had about 240 staff members, give or take, and I think one thing that I realized was it was never just going to be me that shifted the climate and the culture of our community, and I really had to leverage the capacity of every single member of our community. And it started with building relationships, getting to know people, getting to know their strengths, and understanding that every single one of them had something to offer. And with our collective direction, we aligned to hopefully create a better climate and better culture for our kiddos, for all of our kiddos, using every single person in our community.
Boots on ground,
Yes.
right? All right. Well, safety is foundational to learning. How do you approach well, what is your approach to school safety, and how has it evolved over time? What practices do you believe are essential in creating safe and supportive campuses?
I always kind of use examples with staff members and honestly anybody that I talk to outside of education. I remember a time where I went to a professional development, completely different city, and I decided to walk there. And as I was walking, I heard gunshots, I heard people screaming. Within, it felt like seconds, I felt just the whiplash of police cars going through, and in that moment I froze, I panicked, I ran, I made it to the professional development, and all I could think of that day was not what I was going to be learning, how excited I was to be in that place, but just the trauma that I had experienced. And so I always tell our staff members, our community members is, for kids to learn, for kids to be ready to learn, they need to feel safe. They need to feel welcomed, inspired, seen, valued. And so I always lead with examples that really center adults in real world scenarios to hopefully connect with students on a different level and the importance of safety.
Perfect. Now that you're leading Bioscience High School, how are you applying those past administrative experiences to shape the vision for your school? And what lessons might other school leaders take from your transformation?
That's a good question. I think when I got to Chavez, I realized that school had been there for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
When I got to Bioscience, that school has been there for 17 years.
Sure.
And it's not just because it's a great building. It's because there have been people there for 17 years and 25 years that have developed and grown that program. And so one thing that I always keep in mind is that there are people that have been doing the work before you, and there are people that will continue to do the work well after you're gone. And it's a point to leverage the capacity to build relationships and to collectively grow our community towards a positive direction.
So speaking of that, Bioscience has a very unique identity. Very proud of it. But talk about the excitement for upcoming school year at Bio and maybe what you see on the horizon when it comes to innovation on your campus.
That's a good question. I'll start off by saying this. Bioscience is unique. Bioscience is also Phoenix Union School. It represents the great diversity, creativity, and innovation that our greater community has to offer. One thing I will say with Bioscience that kind of occurs at any other comprehensive school is you have so many great things, and sometimes you miss an opportunity to showcase the work. Sometimes you miss an opportunity to highlight the incredible things that are going on. And so one of the things that I'm really excited for this school year is to make sure that we show not just our families at Bioscience, but to really show this incredible community in Phoenix, in Arizona, and hopefully across the US of the incredible things that we're doing. Because that tends to, when people hear about things like that from all walks of life from across the country, that tends to really draw in some great partnerships and opportunities for our kiddos.
Outstanding. I look forward to that and helping you with that. As Administrator of the Year, what message would you share with our aspiring school leaders about the role of administrators in shaping not just schools, but the future of public education in our district?
I would say one piece of advice that I would give is just, get humbled. And sometimes it's very difficult. Getting humbled is a skill, but that is the one thing that will really center you and ground you in the work, and that is the one thing that will really rally your community around you. Because when they feel valued, they feel heard, they feel seen, they feel like their input matters, remove yourself and your ego from that situation, and you'll realize that you'll come up with the most innovative and relevant solutions to move a community forward.
Yeah, no school administrator has ever operated in isolation successfully anyway. So great advice, great advice. Well, thank you for being here with us today, and congratulations on
Thank you.
Administrator of the Year for the entire district. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
We are coming back. We are coming back.
Come back, sweet children. Let's go.
Representative Marquez.
Andale.
Okay. The next item is 7A, Land Acknowledgement Statement with Potential Action. Ms. Andrade.
Madam President.
We are going to Ms. Andrade first.
Okay, members of the board and community, we're about to jump into land acknowledgement discussion.
Madam
But
President, may I make a motion to table? Motion to table the land acknowledgement statement with potential action discussion.
There's a motion to table. Do we have a second? Motion dies. Ms. Andrade.
Okay, we're about to jump into land acknowledgement discussion. But before that, I wanted to take a moment just to provide a little bit of context to the Phoenix Union historical context of the land acknowledgement, although I think our community did a great job tonight in filling in a lot of that. So hopefully I can move a little bit quicker. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. As you heard tonight, this was a real grassroots conversation that began in the spring of 2022. And then it got people curious, and we began researching and consulting around with experts in the community. Particularly helpful was Governor Lewis, as well as Dr. David Martinez, who is a professor of American Indian Studies at ASU. Dr. Martinez shared with us the necessary steps in the process of developing a land acknowledgement statement. We followed that playbook and took it right through to the opening ceremony of November 2022. Next slide. I think one thing that resonated with me when we spoke with Dr. Martinez, a few important statements that resonated was that if you're going to do a land acknowledgement statement, it should be transformative, not performative, and I think we heard that tonight. It's not just about property rights, but it's an ethical statement about justice and healing. And it must be about truth-telling. And so began the journey with Phoenix Union to form a subcommittee where we could get that feedback loop in place. So why a land acknowledgement statement? I'm not going to read these words to you, but that first chunk of words is really about truth-telling. It's about honoring the tribes and the people who were on the land that we were on. They took care of that land. The second chunk of words really is about how this is just one piece of our continued commitment and investment in our Native American education program, our Native American students and their families, and their success. And I'd be remiss if I did not say it was never the intent of this committee or of Phoenix Union to use the land acknowledgement as a prayer. It does not contain specific language or appeal to a higher power in any way. So who advised for us? You see one of our members here with us tonight, Governor Stephen Lewis. He served on our committee as well. I spoke of Dr. David Martinez, he's up there. And again, we've got Turquoise and Michael and Katanya and Melody all came together to help us develop. I want to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation for their support, patience, advisement, and involvement in helping us make it our own and shape our land acknowledgement. So who really participated in the working committee? There they are. There's, gosh, I didn't count, but I'm going to guess with my mathematical mind that there has to be somewhere between 30 and 40 names on there. They came together, they gathered in the late summer of 2022 and crafted a draft and went back, and it was revised in a feedback loop out back to stakeholders and back around, back up to executive team and around. And we finally got to a place where we felt really great about it. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, we had board policy, I believe BEDB, being amended to or rewritten to reflect having a land acknowledgement. Dr. Gueston made sure that went through in September and in October so that in November we would be ready to acknowledge the land acknowledgement statement. Next slide. Again, it took us to opening ceremony on November 2nd. I already spoke about the governing board policy. The student video, our first swing at the bat with a student video was okay. It was pretty good. It talked a little bit about why land acknowledgement, and then there were some student testimonials. But then about a year later or 2 years later, in August of 2024, the NAEP program, Native American filmmakers, they came together and they wanted to take this on as their own project. And we were like, have at it. And they went out and they filmed on the land. Not only did the students get to be a part of this video, but they helped like with the editing and the developing of it. And so they were getting these like internship, real world experiences on top of it all, and really feeling a part of something greater, right? When you've helped to develop something that powerful. If you haven't seen our student video, please go to, PXU.org, and then you / and just put land acknowledgement. And you'll see the video come up. It's beautiful. My hat's off to everyone that came together, all the collaborative that came together to make that possible. And finally, we have here now a land acknowledgement that has been read proudly at every meeting since November 2022. And according to my calculations, that's about 34 times. And so with that said, I'm going to turn it back over to President Napa for any discussion or questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. The board, any discussion or comments? Board Member Meyer, then Board Member Francisco. Pastor Rivera, thank you.
Board President Sasha Napa. I do want to acknowledge, I'm just very thankful that the community came out and really it seems like everyone put so much intentional effort into speaking from their passion, from like their shared histories, and really even educating us on the board. So there's a lot of emotional labor that went into a lot of the public comments. So I'm really thankful that the community showed up to really demonstrate to the board that y'all are listening to us, that you all really want to be engaged with us. And so I think it was just a highlight for me to see like this much community engagement and really honoring the work that's been happening over the years. And I do also want to recognize that board member Sasha Napa is our first elected Indigenous member of the board. And as a student of the district, like now that I'm on this side of the dais, now that I'm on this side, like listening to land acknowledgement, I've been seeing the intentional efforts of including our Native students. And of course, it's not enough. It's always like we're really trying to bring in and even centering our board goals around that. So, and it doesn't, like I see that coinciding with the work that was done previous to land acknowledgement, the land acknowledgement in addition to that, and also having a board president who comes from an Indigenous background, who really takes intentional effort to go to Native sponsored events. From the photos I've seen you at like the graduation, at NAEP meetings. You're really being intentional, including your community.
Board Member Francisco.
Well, before I begin my comments, are the students and the community members who spoke on the land acknowledgement still here? Can we please get them to stand up real quick? If we could get them to stand up. And let's give them a round of applause because you all were so brave and spoke truth to power. And I'm going to reiterate a point that we have all heard tonight. This acknowledgement is not simply about words. It is education. And education is truth. And education is the foundation of a thriving democracy for all. When we acknowledge the original stewards of this land, we are practicing what democracy requires us: honesty, accountability, and respect. To erase or ignore history is to weaken democracy, because democracy depends on and informed people who are willing to face hard truths and learn from them. If we cannot acknowledge the complex history of the land we are on, how can we claim to stand or represent the people who live on it? Protecting democracy begins here, in this board by protecting this land acknowledgement, by grounding ourselves in truth, by honoring those who came before us, and by assuring our students see leaders who model respect, integrity, and courage. To honor the land acknowledgement is to honor democracy itself. Let us not shy away from that responsibility here on this board.
Thank you, Board Member Cota, and then Board Member Cross.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like to say, as a member, enrolled member of a St. Carlos Apache tribe, I understand the significance of a land acknowledgement. I'm going to have concerns about the land acknowledgement even when it remains. However, I know I have heard the community very loud and clear tonight. So I do want to be very clear that there actually is no action recommended at the moment. And if there was any action, I would withdraw any potential action. So I just want to let that very clear, that I would withdraw any motion to remove the land acknowledgement. But again, if the other board members disagree, they can take potential action.
Board Member Cross.
I'm sorry. I just want the students to know we heard you today and we see you.
Thank you. Oh, you have your water bottle right there. Okay. Clerk Oliver.
I'm messing with you and I'm tired. I just want to say thank you to everyone that spoke today. From the daughter of ancestors who I don't know about because my history was erased, I find it amazing to be able to learn about a culture, the people that occupied this land before we did. I think that is amazing that you know your history because I don't know my history outside of when my ancestors were kidnapped and brought to this country. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to dwell on the land that your ancestors dwelled on, and I thank you for allowing us to be reminded of the land, the sacred land that we dwell on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Meyer.
President Napa, I think I do want to propose potential action, but I'm also interested in hearing your thoughts. So I watched the land acknowledgement induction November 3rd, 2022, and it was very inspiring. It was very uplifting. And so I'm wondering if we can make it like a tradition, like a year, like every November, if we can add a snippet of like someone speaks or something, like, so it's not just a piece of paper, like not just a piece of paper, but like it's not just the quiet mention in our meeting, but like I'm wondering if there's a way that we can bring people to celebrate, like make it like a yearly tradition on the anniversary of some sort. And I do in conjunction with that, or no, I think, yeah, those are my thoughts. Oh, and there was a public comment that someone made, that they made, that they had an idea of plaques for the schools. So I was thinking of like some type of like action to like celebrate this more.
Thank you, Board Member Meyer. Anyone else? Our community showed up. At the beginning of this week, I didn't know who would show up. I had been making phone calls just to make sure people were aware of what was asked for at the last board meeting, and removal was asked for. Since then, there have been radio interviews and other interviews published calling for the land acknowledgement to be removed, equating it to prayer. And we heard loud and clear that that's not the case in actual implementation. The land acknowledgement is significant, not just because it's trendy, it's more than that, especially to Phoenix Union. Phoenix Union's land acknowledgement is not just words. Long before the land acknowledgement, we had the Native American education program. Back when I was a student, I I benefit from it. Back then it was a one-person show. Mr. Ted Hibbler drove all over the district, picking all of us students up and making sure that we bonded together as Native urban students. We have a long-standing, Native American education program that has grown from that one staff member into a team that services all 23 of our schools. And that's in cooperation with our Gila River Tribal Education Program. We wouldn't be able to do this type of work without their collaboration, especially targeting and offering our services to the Gila River enrolled students. One of the things that I just take pride in so much is our culturally responsive Native American literature and history courses. We offer those to our students, and this is something that they don't have to wait for college like I did. I had to wait until college to take an American Indian Studies program course. And that's not the case, not just for our indigenous, for our indigenous program, but for our African American program, Hispanic and Asian Pacific Islander courses, which I would just lift up that the Asian and Pacific Islander courses was a student call to action. And the district would not have that without students coming to the podium and asking for it. Our indigenous scholars are celebrated in the Native American convocation ceremony. We provide them a stole. We invite their families to celebrate with them. We feed them. And those students get to wear those stoles, recognizing them as indigenous scholars. To my knowledge, no other school district does that. And it wasn't until recently that students by law are now protected. Native students are now by law protected to wear their indigenous regalia to their graduations. And so this land acknowledgement isn't just a symbol. We are still fighting for basic rights as indigenous people. I just really want to thank the community and just know that this work doesn't stop here in our classrooms. I've asked Superintendent Andrade to look for additional funding to support our Native students and anticipating our budget deficit. This year we'll launch a needs assessment for our Native American students and families to help us inform us how to best serve them. That was funded by the Burton Family Foundation, and we will use the results from this assessment to further inform asks from foundations and other philanthropic institutions. Again, as a Native Indigenous student, former Indigenous student, I don't think I ever had the vision of what our Native American education program could be. It's a beautiful thing. I never knew what a land acknowledgement statement was. I never knew what the importance was. And I am proud to serve on this board and proud to serve the PXU community because we recognize that. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Madam President?
Yes.
If I could, I'm just going to try to, for Board Member Meyer, she sort of made a motion. So I'm going to see if she wants to make a motion along the lines of confirming the inclusion of the land acknowledgement statement on the agenda in policy BEDB to direct the superintendent to consider including an annual celebration of the land acknowledgement statement and to direct the superintendent to get plaques for each of the school offices. I think that was the motion that you were going for, so if that is the motion, I just want to confirm it and then we can get a second.
Yes, that is the motion I would like to pass on to you all.
I second that motion. Any further discussion on that motion? All right. There's the motion. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is 5A, approval of consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented?
I have something. A motion to pull an item?
Yeah, if you, so you can just request to pull an item before we go on. We don't have to make a motion, you can just request it.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Yes, I would like to pull item 10K, which is approval of memorandum of understanding with Chicanos por la Causa. I would like to move that for discussion.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented without 10K, and we will pull that and discuss it?
So moved.
Okay, there is a motion to approve the consent agenda without 10K by Board Member Meyer and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera? Oh, Board Member Cota. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, and let's talk about 10K.
President Napa and members of the board, I wanted to pull this because initially I didn't have any intention to pull it, but there was a concerning public comment that I wanted to address because I feel like it doesn't take into consideration the actual meaning of this item, and I have direct quotes to show what this item is actually about. The public comment had called it woke, had called it that we're like changing the mindset of our students, not making it safe for our students' community. But if you actually read the background, so on the agenda, you can actually read everything that we're going to approve. So if you actually like learn to read that, it says, the background says, through Centro de la Familia, which means Center of the Family, a program of Chicanos por la Causa, CPLC, CPLC will provide counseling and therapy services to referred students for general mental health and substance abuse issues at Bostrom High School, Carl Hayden Community High School, and Maryville High School. In addition, CPLC will deliver programming focused on evidence-based parenting philosophies and practices, teen risk reduction strategies, and case management services for students and clients. CPLC will also collaborate with campus social workers and administration for referrals to the organization's services, and to provide ongoing support to students when CDLF is on or away from campus. And this agreement has a term of 2 years, which terminates on June 30th, 2027, unless extended by mutual written agreement of the parties. So that's the background. As you can see, it talks about what all the other public comments had addressed. It says evidence-based parenting philosophies, general mental health and substance abuse issues, and it's also at the schools that a lot of public comments have been saying. Maryville High School as one of them listed here, who had the unfortunate incident that a lot of people are commenting they want mental health services. So I wanted to bring it to the attention that I don't believe that this item is of any issue. If anything, it's actually addressing the concerns our community members have, where we want to invest in mental health services. So by voting in favor of this, it actually goes along with the calls for public comment saying, please invest in our communities. So I hope that added some clarification.
Would you like to make a motion? And there can still be discussion.
Yeah.
But if you'd like to make a motion in a second, then the discussion can be directed towards that.
Okay. So I motion for the approval of this consent agenda item with the understanding that it explicitly says, if I can get my quote in order.
You can just leave it at.
Okay,
You can just
with
leave
the
it wherever
rating
you
that
want.
I literally just read word for word on our public document, board docs. Thank you.
I second.
Okay, there was a motion by Board Member Meyer, seconded by Member Pastor Rivera. Any discussion?
Madam President, I think my concern with this, and I hope if I'm speaking out of order on it, just chime in. So my concern is, are all the services provided on campus by, is it Mi Familia?
Chicanos por la Causa is the name of the organization.
I understand that, thank you. But are all the services provided on campus, or are any students provided services off campus through this contract?
President Napa, members, I believe students are referred to that, and then the parents go ahead and fill out whether that's access or their medical insurance, just depending on what they need, and commit to whatever it is the specific service is. So I guess to answer your question, it does not typically happen on campus, but it does happen alongside with the parent in the process.
And Madam President, Superintendent Andrade, what type of services are provided through this contract?
Basically, what is outlined in the memo of understanding is provided. It's counseling, it's prevention, treatment, recovery support. Earlier tonight, you heard about the major violations with substance being one of the big ones. I don't know exactly in the past. I can get that data and share it with you of where their treatment services landed. This is really all the things that they do offer. Doesn't mean that they're going to utilize every single one at our campus, if that makes sense.
And Madam President, Superintendent Andrade, are abortion services or transitional services, either through therapy or medication, provided?
You know, I do not have the answer to that, but I can get you the
That'd be
answer,
appreciated.
and I can get it to the whole board. I would suspect that if they're giving services, it could be either or. So I'll get more specificity around that.
Thank you.
Board Member Napa. Mr. Cota, if you would look at the agenda item, there's a document there that actually explains what is offered and answers your questions. It may not be to the exact detail, but it clearly states a lot of the things that they're offering, like additional responsibility, expenses, determination, dispute resolution. So I would recommend looking that over.
Madam President and Board Member Meyer, I appreciate your comment, but I am just asking. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, motion. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Motion
Call
carries.
for roll call.
Fine, roll call. Board Member Meyer.
Why should we do a roll call where we know who voted no?
We are doing a roll call.
Go it.
Board
Do
Member
it.
Meyer.
It's allowed. It's allowed.
Do
for
it
him.
proudly.
Yes.
Aye.
Board Member Cross.
Aye.
No.
Board Member Cota.
No.
Board Member Pastor Rivera.
Aye.
Representative Marquez.
Aye.
Clerk Oliver.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Motion passes. Item 6A, Superintendent's Report. Ms. Andrade, please provide your report at this time.
Okay, let's jump in. Community members that are still with us. I want to begin my report this evening by celebrating really two big milestones in our district. One happened on August 22nd, where we cut the ribbon on a new outdoor eating space at North High School. I was joined by Clerk Oliver, Ward 2, and members Meyer and Cota, alongside our cafeteria workers, our construction team, North staff, the students, student groups, cheerleaders, our executive team, all to celebrate this inclusive, beautiful space on campus. On August 27th, we also celebrated the completion of a 3-year phased project at Trevor Brown that began in 2019 and literally transformed the campus. It even came with a new entrance, a new physical address for the school. I was joined by Member Meyer and Member Cota. Both ribbon cuttings provided an opportunity to reflect on the support from our community. With countless hours, our staff and contractors poured into these facilities, and most importantly, our students who deserve and will flourish in these beautiful new spaces. Next, I want to celebrate our annual Fall Sports Media Day. That was on August 22nd as well. Here in the governing boardroom, we invited girls flag football this year, so it's pretty cool. So that group is expanding now. It was live streamed by this incredible broadcast media team from the academies at South Mountain. They're amazing, and included local media as well. But our students did a better job. They were really some budding student journalists. I really look forward to expanding this event to include even more sports, and to honor the hard work that our student connectedness department puts into making these kids feel like superstars and special during this event. CTE internship. So earlier tonight on the consent, you all approved 22 student interns from various CTE programs across the district. Everything from culinary, marketing, cybersecurity, technology. We have all kinds of student interns in the district. And we are true to our word that we give our students the skills to compete for high-wage, high-demand jobs after high school. They get to do what they love, learn something new, and earn some money. So I want to just go ahead and thank the board for approving these jobs and supporting these programs. We got a lot of culinary tonight on the board agenda, and it's just such a great experience for them, so I am super excited. Thank you. Speaking of student interns, here's a great example. This next story, it's pretty special. I'm going to talk a little bit about Owen Schoolman. He started as a Phoenix Union intern in our tech department while he was attending Code Academy. He loved working there so much. Our team appreciated him, and when it came time for him to graduate, we extended him an offer to be a full-time employee. He accepted and is now stationed at Maryville High School as a campus lab technician. While interning with Phoenix Union, he worked on the cybersecurity team and refers to it as this transformative experience that helped shape his career path. And he would later share that being hired full-time by us is incredibly meaningful to him. Phoenix Union didn't just give me a job, he said, it gave me purpose, mentorship, and a community. And I've shared this before with the tech team, but I truly believe that every educational support professional here plays a vital role in shaping students' lives. I'm living proof of this impact, Owen says, from nearly dropping out after my freshman year to now being a part of a team that really helped me succeed. It's really come full circle, and I'm beyond grateful. And we are beyond grateful to have you, Owen. So congratulations on your new career, and I can't wait to see you end up maybe at the executive team table someday. All right. Next, I want to highlight our transformative partnerships with the Roosevelt Elementary School District. As you know, students from Roosevelt get to attend Phoenix Union after they finish 8th grade, but this year we welcome 20 high schoolers, or 20 elementary kids to the academies at South Mountain before they were even ready for high school to take algebra in our own classrooms. This opportunity provides these 8th graders a chance to get a feel for high school while also meeting their educational needs. Partnerships like this help our district and our partners in so many ways. It makes the other partner districts jealous as well. So it's important to highlight and celebrate the incredible work being done here and really expanding this access across the district to all of our 8th graders. Camelback's in the news again, another amazing opportunity for students to get ahead. On Saturday, August 9th, only about a few hundred students and families braved the summer heat to attend Camelback High School's dual enrollment registration day. From 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m., students received one-on-one support. You see the pictures. They got enrolled in their college classes. Lots of different helpers from our partner colleges to our dual enrollment teachers at Camelback. We're all right there on hand to help our families. I want to give a special shout out to our APA, Angela Enciso, dual enrollment lead, Catherine Ronan, and our dual enrollment teachers for planning and executing this event. It's so impressive. Nearly 200 students left campus registered for college. So way to go, Spartans. All right, next I want to pause and give a special thank you. This came at the request of actually our principals for all our food service workers. At our principals meeting in August, I asked our leaders for suggestions on who they would like to celebrate, and they overwhelmingly pushed for our cafeteria workers. In Phoenix Union, we love and appreciate all of our ESPs. But when our principals were talking about cafeteria workers, they reminded us that these individuals are often the first people our kids see in the morning. And the sad reality is they may be the only one that's giving them a source of food for that day. Their kind demeanor and their commitment to preparing and serving meals ensures that our kids can succeed and learn in the classroom. And so I just want to give a huge shout out to the Phoenix Union cafeteria workers. And finally, I'll end tonight with a celebration for a Franklin Police and Fire High School alumna, Ashley Marita, who graduated in 2013 from our fire program. After graduating, she followed her passion for serving others and pursued a career in nursing. Her journey is a powerful reminder of how the Franklin family prepares students for success in college, career, and life. Last month, Ashley received a Nurse of the Year award at the 50th Annual National Association of Hispanic Nurses at this conference in Dallas, Texas. She was recognized for her leadership as the president of NAHN Phoenix chapter and for her contributions to her community. She is a leader in our community and is proud of her recent work promoting the citywide Know Your Rights campaign and really just giving back to the community that she came from. So huge congratulations and a huge thank you to Ashley. President Napa, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Next item is 7B, Budget Advisory Committee Priority, recommendations with potential action. Thank you so much to our ever so patient and appreciated Budget Advisory Committee, Dr. De Alba.
Good evening, President Napa, Clerk Oliver, members of the Governing Board, and Phoenix Union community. At our committee meeting on July 31, members reviewed and discussed 10 priorities and selected 5 to recommend to in this evening's presentation. Out of the 10 recognized priorities previously shared, the committee decided to present the top 5 to the board, reflecting stakeholder input. The committee plans to review the remaining items after receiving feedback from the board. Next slide. Our presentation is as follows. Role and goal of the Budget Committee purpose, presented by Dr. De Alba. The timeline of committee events, presented by Mr. Nitteram. Priority recommendations, presented by myself. And in closing, Dr. De Alba will discuss future direction of the Budget Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Payton. Due to the significant decline in enrollment over the next 3 to 5 years, the school board created a budget committee. The purpose of the budget committee is to serve as an advisory body for the board. The budget committee was set forth to develop recommendations for budget priorities based on staff, student, and community feedback. The district will use the budget committee's recommended priorities, once approved by this board, to identify budget reductions for the 26-27 school year next year. This does not mean that the top priorities will not experience any budget cuts, because the budget reductions are significant enough that every budget will be touched. As a reminder, the district will be reducing between $15 to $20 million this year, depending on enrollment. I would like to recognize the budget committee members. These individuals gave up Thursday afternoons to learn about the district budget, debated, collaborated, and analyzed data to make difficult decisions. Thank you again for your time and contribution. I now turn it to Mr. Nitteram, who will share the budget committee journey.
Good evening, President Napa, board members, Superintendent Andrade, and leadership team. From our very first meeting, we got to work immediately. We began with training from our legal counsel, Ms. Fernandez, on the open meeting laws and reviewed our roles and responsibilities as committee members. This gave us a strong foundation. We then received an overview of the complex world of school finance, thanks to Dr. De Alba for making such a complex and challenging topic easy to understand. Even a school psychologist like me walked away feeling confident. In our next meetings, we continue to review our district priorities, monitor the collection of feedback at each school site, and carefully analyze the data. Although the committee was unable to meet during summer, we picked up right where we left off in July, and together as a committee finalized the top 5 budget priorities that will be presented tonight. On behalf of the committee, thank you once again for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nitteram. Throughout the last semester, the Budget Committee collected feedback on budget priorities from teachers, administrators, ESPs, students, parents, and community members. Overall, the committee surveyed about 1,500 individuals. When you look at the data, the priorities were organized similarly between all groups except employee compensation and benefits, which shows up as salary and benefits on there because it's too long, which were ranked higher among staff surveyed. As you can see on this slide, if you remove this priority from the data, the priorities are organized similarly between all 3 groups that were surveyed. Using this data and the data learned about the district budget, enrollment trends, and overall state funding, the Budget Committee feels confident that the recommendations presented tonight are aligned with PXU community members. I now turn it to Dr. Payton, who will describe each priority very briefly.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Dr. Diaba. The recommendations will be presented in order of priority as displayed on this slide. Next slide. The first priority, student achievement and instructional services, was identified across all survey groups as the most important area of focus. As an educational institution, it is expected that our primary objective aligns with the fundamental mission and responsibilities of Phoenix Union High School District. The priority indicates that all stakeholders expect the board to maintain its commitment to student learning by employing evidence-based instructional practices, effective curriculum design, and robust assessment methodologies. These efforts should ensure that every learner receives high-quality education, preparing each one for life after high school. Student support services was ranked as the second most important priority by survey respondents. Working at the campus level, I see the value of offering holistic, comprehensive support services. Support systems are essential during adolescence to help students meet their academic, emotional, and social needs as they become young adults. This is a crucial time of development for young people, learning to navigate their autonomy while balancing academics and life skills. Students require support by professionals equipped to efficiently and effectively address needs, helping students to reframe, refocus, and return to the classroom. Stakeholders consistently express the importance of prioritizing student support as essential for all learning environments. Classrooms, sports, clubs, and even campus activities like assemblies that foster campus culture and pride as collective. Each individual campus has an ecosystem that mimics real-world life experiences. As institutions of education, campuses should continue to offer not only academic assistance, but also resources to meet students' emotional and social development. Ultimately, these supports contribute significantly to student learning. The third priority, safety and security, is an area to which Phoenix Union remains strongly committed. Safety encompasses a comprehensive system of measures, including perimeter fencing, dedicated safety teams securing all campus areas, coordinated routine drills, and most recently, the deployment of advanced weapons detection systems district-wide. Phoenix Union has taken steps to secure campuses, but safety remains a complex challenge that needs constant and careful assessment and a process for improvement and time in order to make necessary adjustments and modifications. Like any public place, schools cannot guarantee that all visitors enter with good intentions. Walking into a grocery store, the mall, sporting events, the airport, and even tonight's meeting does not completely ensure that all who enter with the positive intentions. And in light of the most recent local and national events that have impacted students, families, and communities' lives, it is clear that creating safe environments is a complex process requiring ongoing regular review. Safe campuses help students focus on their academic work without distraction from safety concerns. Throughout my years as a member of the Phoenix Union community, first as an IB diploma graduate from North High School and professionally as a counselor and now the IB coordinator at Fairfax High School, I have had the pleasure of working at several campuses and know all too well about how safety distractions impede learning for days, weeks, and at times months. As previously mentioned, we are in the business of educating young people during a crucial time of their development and also recognize that student development is influenced by various life experiences that manifest with unpredictability. Phoenix Union must continue to put safety first and ensure secure environments. Lastly, the committee recognizes the importance of student support services as a relevant component of safe and secure schools and would like to emphasize how the combined priorities of support services and safety help to support student learning. Next slide. The committee engaged in a comprehensive discussion regarding the fourth recommendation. Survey responses indicated that employee salary and benefits packages remain an essential area of focus, particularly in light of current budget constraints. Phoenix Union holds institutional standards to attract, recruit, and retain leading professionals within the education sector. While understanding that these matters are governed by fiscal limitations and the necessity to address district needs, the committee considers it vital to continually assess how to remain competitive to provide quality education while also being mindful of what will be best to support staff within the boundaries.
Thank you, Dr. Payton. Board, as you know, salary and benefits packages are negotiated through IBN process. However, as Dr. Payton mentioned, the Budget Committee felt it was important to recognize the need to attract competitive applicants and retain highly qualified employees. For this reason, the committee felt strongly about placing this priority in the top 5 recommendations.
The fifth and final recommendation by the committee is facilities and operations. Facilities and operations play a pivotal role in the educational context as they significantly influence the quality of the learning environment, student well-being, and overall institutional performance. At campuses around the district, the committee recognizes the commitment to improve, maintain, beautify, and secure campuses. As you can see from the images displayed throughout tonight's meeting, and for those of you who have had the pleasure of visiting our campuses, our district campuses look amazing with historic and state-of-the-art architecture. All members of the Phoenix Union community should feel safe as well as feel good walking on campus, creating a sense of pride and properly maintained facilities that provide a safe, comfortable, and supportive atmosphere that enhances student achievement and engagement. In addition to maintaining industry standards, operational management ensures seamless, functioning of the school, like water, groundskeeping, restrooms, cafeterias, parking lots, libraries, and much more. Facilities and operations positively affect aspects such as teacher satisfaction and student attendance, community connection, and engagement, while creating individual campus culture and increasing campus pride.
Thank you, Dr. Payton. Board, thank you, Dr. Payton, for sharing the Budget Committee recommendations. Moving forward, the Budget Committee will continue to work on eliciting feedback from staff, student, community, and other stakeholders to determine the next tier of budget priorities. To increase transparency, the Budget Committee will also explore enrollment projections and review district financial information, including the annual financial report, bond reports, budget revisions, and proposed and adopted budgets. The Budget Committee will continue to provide recommendations and share information with the board as needed. We invite the community to attend Budget Committee meetings virtually or in person the second Thursday of each month from 4:30 to 6 p.m. in the lower level of the district office. Again, we thank you for the time allotted today. If you have any questions, we can answer them at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Board Member Cross.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your time. I've attended all but one meeting, so I know how much you've been working. I'd also like to thank you for taking this subject so seriously. It's been very enlightening to watch you all work together. I know you've worked on the first 5. I'm sure you're looking at another 5. I think the first 5 are fine at this point. I'd also like to know if you are going to look at any strategies later on, because I think you're working on this for 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. So at what point do you think you're going to look at strategies for budget cutting?
Within the next semester, we're looking at communication strategies for the budget, and then slowly going into a more collective decision-making process to include stakeholders in that. And so the Budget Committee working with the team to really kind of get feedback from the community in real time. Because of the time limitations, we had to do feedback quick, so we use surveys, but we'd really like to go out and talk to different stakeholders and be able to elicit their feedback to be able to develop those strategies.
Any more comments or questions? All right. Oh, Representative Marquez.
I gotta learn how to use the button, Madam
You're
President. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody on the Budget Committee for taking the time to work on this. I know the last slide it mentioned that we'll have finalized sort of the next tier by May 2026. Sounds like the Budget Committee will continue to meet monthly, but in terms of timeline, do you know when the board will get sort of a first look at potential cuts?
That's all being worked out with the district, and so we will follow all the appropriate language to provide that information to you all in a timely manner.
Okay.
Within the next few months.
Well, I think that we'd like to be able to get a head start earlier, better than later. We obviously know that if there's riffing involved, preliminary riffs have to go to the board. And again, these are people's livelihoods, and we want to give them as much time to prepare. So I anticipate us hopefully reaching the 15 million by mid-fall. Not quite winter, but sometime this fall semester. And again, we've kind of started looking at it, knowing what the committee has come up with. We also got a head start on just some low-hanging fruit, for lack of a overused saying. But anyway, we're getting there. We're plugging along. We're more than halfway there of proposals, but we now have to go back and look at it as a whole picture, and does it make sense? And again, getting that feedback from our campuses as well. So I'm hopeful for November. Early December, is that too optimistic? But I think we can get there.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Madam President, Superintendent Andrade, thank you. I think that sounds like an appropriate timeline. Is December and really January, starting to have 5 months to socialize potential cuts before we have to make a formal vote in May or June for the final budget.
I just want to go in, and there is an April 15th deadline that we'd have to make. So while the budget itself has a different deadline, we are on the RIF, which it means if we're not going to renew someone, we've got to let them know on or before April 15th. So we're trying to balance all that out with our recommendations to the board as early as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional detail. So we're on a tighter timeline than we'd like to be, but it's important that I think we socialize that as soon as we know where the potential cuts are at.
Thank you, Representative Marquez. Any further questions, comments, discussion? All right. Yes, thank you so much. I want to lift up just the importance of the work and the appreciation to identify the priorities of what we want to keep and let that drive what are going to be very, very difficult decisions. Thank you for all of your work, and looking forward kind of to what that report looks like. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the proposed Budget Advisory Committee priority recommendations as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second? A motion has been made by Board Member Cota and seconded by Board Member Cross. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item next is 12. Thank you so much. High fives all around. Next item is 12B, adoption of revised governing board policy, CBI evaluation of superintendent on second reading. Is there a motion to adopt the revised policy CBI as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Clerk Oliver and seconded by Board Member Pastor Rivera. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. The next item is 12C, approval of revised governing board policy IKF graduation requirements on second reading. Is there a motion to approve the revised policy IKF as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Board Member Cross and seconded by Clerk Oliver. Is there any discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next meeting, 13A. The next regular board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, October 2nd, 2025 at approximately 6 p.m. Request for future agenda items, 13B. Members, are there any items you would like to recommend to be considered for future board agenda meetings?
Madam President, again, as kind of a broken record now, but I will respectfully request that we review our safety policies, especially in light of what's happened. I think that warrants a discussion. Safety policies of our schools. I did meet with our principals in my ward, and they're very concerned about school safety. So I think that needs to be on the agenda. Thank you.
Any further? Board Member Meyer?
Yes, I have a couple of things. Also, just let me know if that doesn't count. For one thing, I was wondering if we can do anything to kind of highlight the security teams at our schools that are putting intentional effort to build relationship with students. And I'm not sure if that happens like at a school level, if that happens like if the district.
Okay, that's good. Sorry. Just say what it is, and then, yeah. 'Cause
Okay,
it's
thank
not
you.
on the agenda, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I was wondering if there's a regular schedule already made for Stugo students, because I know we have Stugo comes to present. So I wonder if that was already set in stone, and if not, I would like to request that Maryville come up a little sooner so we can see more celebration of the students and the positive in the community.
Thank you. Any further items for consideration?
Yes, Madam President. I would like to put an agenda item on to possibly see what costs there could be to engage a security expert or consulting firm to look at our campuses and give us some feedback. Just the cost of that, and see if there's interest out there.
Thank you. Any further items to be considered? 13C, motion to adjourn. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion to adjourn has been made by Clerk Oliver and seconded by Board Member Meyer. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.